Hello, and welcome to another episode of Wild Beyond the Witchlight, Carnival Cards. So, last week we explored Tanwen Hill. Oh, and you're breathing into the mic a little bit there, Tanwen. Anyways, the Carnival Cards witnessed the hill.
I'm on mute.
Oh, sorry, it's not you then. My bad. It's all good now, anyway. Whatever it was. Carnival Cards witnessed the hill raise itself up some 20 feet off the ground and begin running away from the party. And they had to climb the roots underneath. Tarquin called out to the hill, pleading with it to stop, and only seemed to flee faster at the presence of Herringon. However, Rodolfo did manage to come to some sort of accord with it, and the hill halted its motion. You explored the hill, revealing there was some sort of semblance of sentience about it. And as you traversed, you found there was a cave entrance, and inside there was 3 locked doors with paintings of willows on each. Tarquin remembered that there was actually 3 willows directly outside, and these trees began to show trust in you once Rodolfo exhibited the rule of reciprocity and allowed 2 of the 3 keys to be retrieved from their branches. The last key, however, was taken by a woodcutter named Lyndon, who had chopped the branch holding it. So the party head down to the woodcutter's raft and canoe, which are tied to the actual base of the hill. Tanwen tries to walk it out with Snark, the mastiff, who appears to be some sort of stitched creature, like the one you saw in the lake with Oofgunk, the snappy monster, whatever it was. Lyndon finds you and flies into a rage, despite the party attempting to reason with him. He then gets trapped under a couple logs, but uses his axe that seems to cut straight through wood like butter to free himself, but ultimately you do manage to best him. You loot his axe, kick him off downstream on his own raft, unconscious as well. Nature is now his judge. Lyndon's tent is also containing like animal carcasses all collected inside for some reason, which the party returned to nature as well. Now, with the 3rd and final key retrieved, you head back up the hill, unlock the doors, and find Jingle Jangle's hovel. The key collecting goblin is not in sight though. There's no sign of her. But the place looks trashed. And there was a Herringon brigand ransacking the room when you jump down there. He escapes through a little hole lined with some strange moss. And it seems to abhor the light at the touch of that torch, and then it disperses like a skittering spider. Rodolfo and Tanwen find a silver key that sort of fits the lock to Talavar's cage, but they have to force it. With a flash, the key snapped in 2, but at least it did the job, and the cage is finally open. With Sir Talavar free, he opted and vowed to repay Jingle Jangle by getting to the bottom of whatever was happening here. He followed the hole that the brigand escaped through, which led to a pitch-black cave, where Jingle Jangle was there. She was restrained in a chair under duress by the 3 brigands, and she looked as though she was trying to snap herself out of a nightmare. As an aura of malevolence surrounded her head. Xaxx used their eyes of the night to give the party dark vision of what was happening. However, once the party attacked the brigands, their illusionary forms dropped, revealing a shadowy monster that tried to reform, but into the fears of individual party members. And then things went from creepy to dangerous as the 3 masters of those shadow puppets crawled out from the recesses of the cave to claw and terrorize the party. Talavar sprang into action as well. He summoned globes of dancing lights to ward off these mean-looking monsters, whilst Rodolfo, Tanwen, they worked together with protective spells against fear, and they implored a friendly rhyming greeting that managed to snap Jingle Jangle out of this nightmare state, and you actually dragged her away from it as well. And a fearless Tarquin and Nox in wolf form punched and teared the creatures apart, with with the last one slain, the cave actually began to collapse in on itself. The party made for the entrance, squeezed through a closing tunnel as the screams of these monsters died out. You ruined everything! We need her to survive! We were born from her fears. Now, safe, the party got a chance to say their goodbyes to Sir Talavar, who has thanked them for everything that they've done for them. They've given you a tiny magical blade named Adage, and they said that it would serve you when a good decision is unclear. He also mentioned that Morgort was an accomplice of Wigglewog. Those are the pair of bullywugs that helped him escape Downfall. And he said that she's probably someone you could trust when you end up there. So keep an eye out for her. Morgort, her name. And then finally, we ended the party being offered key lime pie and bedding down for a long rest. So yeah, that's where we left off. You guys are basically in the midst of a long rest right now. Feel pretty safe here. Jingle Jangle's very friendly. They're actually trying to get to know everyone by the looks. And they're like, so you've come here seeking Jingle Jangle, but I see that you've got this strange lock thing, Tarquin. The only thing I can suggest is, well, I do have something for it. It's not a key for your stopwatch, but perhaps a key to find a key.
Well, that sounds useful.
Let me see if I can find it. Now that everything's been organized, I can better search through my property. And she starts rummaging through certain cases and trunks. But eventually she does come up with something. Pulls out what seems to be like a strange kind of forked key with like a little blue gemstone in it. The two ends of the forks kind of taper off and curl back on themselves. Here. And she hands it to you. Says, "The key to find a key. 3 rings, sound the way free." And let me just add that to your inventory. It's called a tuning key.
Interesting. Okay. Interesting. That will come in handy before when we get to where we suspect the key. Well, where I suspect the key might be. It'll help us find it.
It's the least I can do in payment for helping me this fine afternoon.
I am grateful for the key, and hopefully it will be the key to the lock.
Yes, perfect.
And
She then looks around the room.
you would
Yep.
be safe from those fear creatures. I don't know how many are lingering in the dark here, but I don't know where they came from. Just guard
Well,
your place a little better.
it is always a worry. Those brigands, they torment everyone here in this lonely swamp. I must admit, the fears and worries got the better of me. I'll try to remain a bit more steadfast, but the threat of them potentially lynching me again whilst I'm collecting truffles is always an ever-present thing.
This is how they got you?
She nods.
Most unfortunate. No, I do not mean to say, we all have fears. This is natural. This is part of being alive. But, if you know that there are creatures manifesting these fears, you want to, set a trap, or some poison, or how do you deal with vermin in this place? I don't know. Some sort of humane trapping and releasing policy. It's up to you. The trees outside may be helpful.
That's why I came here. The hill is very protective. Trees are friendly, but they are only defenders from the outside. Those creatures, well, they came from me, and no trap for any vermin would work on them. They're something else entirely. Creatures born from fears they come out of nothingness. They're like emotions given form. But
Oh, so it's not
I
a
will.
nest where you can destroy the eggs.
No, I'm afraid not. Well,
Ah.
actually, I guess you could go to the root of the problem. Those brigands were dealt with. It would certainly put my mind at rest, but
Well, Tarquin has dealt with them several times very successfully, and we've had a couple of encounters where we definitely came out the better with the brigands. But my suggestion is hold something you love when you're really, really afraid and things are going badly. My grandmother always told me to hold something I love and to think really hard about my happiest memories about it until I stopped thinking about what was scaring me. I know it sounds silly, but sometimes happy thoughts can help, especially when you're scared.
that is a very reassuring piece of advice. I will endeavor to surround myself with my favorite things. And she looks and gestures to the keys that number in the hundreds around her.
But it's not just um, surrounding yourself with them, but put them in a pile in your lap and think of your happiest memories.
I might just
Perhaps,
try that.
perhaps even if some of these keys have particular memories linked to them, maybe you could focus on those happy memories.
She decides to give this a go right now, and she sort of sits in a cross-legged posture, grabs a few of her keys and places them in her lap, just as you said. And in fact, Tanwen, as you suggested it, you can roll me a d8. We'll see what happens.
Okay, give me 1 second.
No problem. A 1. Okay. So, from somewhere, even though perhaps you're very deep down underground, you swear you can hear birds singing, crickets chirping merrily nearby. It's like they're here, or at least their spirit is here. Their merry atmosphere is brought even in the dark recesses of this underground cave. And she's sort of there's a slight smile to her face. Her eyes are closed, but it's almost like she is picturing something that is manifesting these birds and crickets. And you guys are all hearing it as well. This is working. I feel like I'm in a happier place.
Is this one of your memories from childhood or something?
I remember, yes, when I was catching bugs out in the fields near my home. I remember catching a beautiful an insect with hovering posture and poise. It had 4 wings. It had this iridescent skin. Her eyes suddenly shoot open. I remember it, clear as day. I I I was inspired by it. And she starts rummaging through a shelf. She pulls out a key. I made this! And she turns to you, Tanwen, like as she turns away from the shelf, almost kind of bumping into you. Oh, I think you should take it. I think you've
This
given me.
is just beautiful. Thank you so much. I will treasure this. Um, what an amazing key. And is this a dragonfly?
It is. Yes, that's what it was called.
That
Um,
is amazing skill. You are an incredible artist.
You can see the dragonfly key has actually got 4 wings that have kind of got that iridescent pattern over them. I've just added something to your inventory. You should be able to see it. Yeah, she says the dragonfly's agile flight and its ability to move in all 6 directions. It exuded a sense of power and poise, something that comes only with age and maturity. And
Well, I don't know how mature I am, but I can tell you, I love this. This is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen, and I will truly treasure it.
thank you, and I shall treasure your advice and your kind words. You've taught me a lot.
Well, thanks again.
And she looks around and notices there's probably Xaxx. You're maybe eyeing up more of the key lime pie. Which,
Yeah, I've been trying to be patient with it, but yeah, it's tempting. Oh,
you know, you've got quite the appetite. Go on, take another piece. It's all yours. And
oh,
she hands
you
you this
are
amazing.
amazing. I'll have a slice of the key lime pie.
I've made it into like small little gelatinous cubes, but don't worry,
Oh.
it's not really an ooze.
I'll have a cube of key lime.
It's delicious. You enjoy it.
Oh my
So
goodness.
sweet and soft. It's got that kind of crunchy biscuit base. That's not. It's not too hard and it's not too soft either. It's like perfect, crunchy, crumbly.
Jingle jangle. This is like absolutely. You should sell this or something. This is perfect. This is like award-winning treats here.
No, you lot are too kind. No, I actually have a key for you as well. As getting me out of that danger would have. Yeah, no, we wouldn't have been able to do it without you. Let's see here. Hmm. She starts rustling around, looks back over her shoulder at you, and tilts her head to one side. Well, perhaps, yes, instead of a key, seeing as you like this cake so much, I have a little secret to share. And she pulls out a tray, and it's kind of got this golden glow to it as it comes into the lights. She says, "This is what I use. We can make all kinds. I can't really take the credit for being an amazing cook. I'm more of a tinkerer. But this is what's really the magic behind the recipe." And you can see it has like an elegant domed crystal cover that she places over the top. And she says, "What other dessert would you perhaps like? Pumpkin pie? Chocolate pie? I name your
All right.
favorite."
This is kind of a special treat that I, you know, I had once, and it was just I've never had anything like it before. But I don't know exactly what it's called. We just called it green stuff when we were having it because it's green. And it's like a pistachio ice cream pudding on top, and then underneath there's like a crumbly cookie base type thing. And it was just it's kind of like a ice cream pie type thing. It was just amazing.
Oh
Green
my!
stuff sounds disgusting, but
It
you
was
do whatever you
well,
want. Yes.
the family that I was with when I had it for the first time, they seemed to really enjoy it. It was a tradition for them.
Yeah, well, you do you. That's fine. Pardon, I don't mean to be rude. I just, with such a gift, jingle jangle, you could make many wonderful things. Think of all the joy and beauty that you can bring to
Oh yeah.
this land.
Oh
Yeah.
my
Oh,
God, I'm being so selfish here.
no, I want Zax to have it here. He's clearly got more of an appetite and a sweet tooth than I have. Plus, he definitely deserves a reward for helping me here. And she hands it to you and says, with such an imagination for dessert, I think you're the one who better conjure them. And she hands you this tray, and tells you to place one hand on top of the dome and to think of that dessert you described.
I'll put my hand on the dome and think about green stuff.
All right, I've added an item to your sheet, and you see this kind of golden glow emanate over the dome, and suddenly you're seeing these fresh pies come into being from your very emotion, from your imagination, from your taste buds memories. And
Does it appear?
you can, yeah, so as an action, you request a pie, causing the tray to use a charge up, and it conjures a fresh pie within. But I'm gonna edit this so that it can do many more desserts now. And you've kind of come and given it a new option on the menu, effectively.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, and on a 19 to 20, it recovers a charge every day. So
I have
you
to
can't get
roll a
pies.
d20 each day.
Yeah, so you can get pies back eventually, but
And if it goes
it,
down to
it,
0, is it just like used up? It's done?
if it's used up, then you just have to wait till you roll a 19 or 20, and then you get a charge back.
Okay.
Oh, actually, it does say if you lose, if you use the last charge, it expends and then becomes a non-magic trait. Okay, yeah. So you have to really show some temperance if you if you're down to the last charge. You better
Might not last
wait.
a day. This magic item's gonna be done by tomorrow.
Yeah, she says, "Oh, you best sort of pace yourself if you get low on charges." Well,
It's about restraint a little
yes,
bit there.
but also we deserve a little treat, so it's all yours.
I
And
agree. Thank you so much. This is absolutely wonderful.
And Xaxx, we are not going to ever have to eat trail rations again.
No, we can have like all kinds of
Wonderful
stuff
stuff.
now. Yeah.
Jingle Jangle, you helped the whole party with that gift. Thank you so, so much.
no, it's nothing. You truly are the adventurers I imagine you to be. Perhaps you can pay me back by dealing with those damn brigands once and for all.
Oh,
That's all I would ask.
that's definitely on our to-do list.
Yeah,
This-
it's on the list for sure. I think we definitely got to take care of them. They keep on causing us trouble.
Then that's fine by me. You are deserving of every last treat here. In fact, see what else we have. For you, Rodolfo, I have hmm. Well, I found this. It doesn't look like much. In fact, it looks quite charred, if I'm honest. But I have a little story behind it. And she pulls out a kind of blackened, charred-looking key.
Hmm.
And this one was actually attached to her like cloak. And amongst all the other gold ones, this sort of stands out as like a sore thumb, sort of.
Is
But
this a personal favorite of yours? I would not wish to take anything, personal.
oh, I have a little story behind every key. Don't you
Hmm.
worry.
How
I found this
charming.
one during a little trip through Yon. It was during a great storm. I saw a lightning bolt struck down from the clouds above and illuminated this thing on the ground. Probably conducting the bolt itself, but ever since it's had a little static shock to the touch. And as she hands it to you, you do feel like a slight zap.
Oh, I did not mean to cause insult. If I have done something wrong, I mean only the best.
Oh,
I
no,
apologize
sorry.
if I've done something wrong.
No, not at all.
This is no territory for me. Is
This isn't a practice joke, I assure you.
oh well thank you. That's what it does. It
No,
it
I
gives a heart
find
to the person you give it to.
No, silly. It might help you, though. I feel as though this conductive electricity is perhaps being drawn to you. I can see you making a good use of it. She kind of gives you a little wink. And I'm going to add the charred key to your sheet. But I guess you won't know what it truly does until you use the certain spell associated with it.
He
But
thinks he's
the meta knowledge
insulted
is there for
for
you.
yeah.
There you go.
Well, I will take this in the spirit in which it is meant, which I assume is a compliment. So, thank you, bonne journée, and all the best, etc.
No problem. Oh, and finally you. Wait, hold on. I recognize. I think you was in a wolfy form last time I saw you, wasn't you? She's talking to you, Nox, of course.
So, have we had our long rest?
Yes. Yeah, you could have.
So we've already slept. Has
Yeah.
anyone taken watch? I'd need to ask. Or did we all just sleep?
I'll assume that you've
I think we
taken
are.
your usual watch if you wanted to.
All right. Someone in their watch, if they noticed Nox change into Solomon, there was no special thing. It was just she became like a Play-Doh type texture as her face disappeared into nothingness and then remolded. It's like a horror scene.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like it. It's a good thing we're used to this weirdness, because that would have raised the alarm a little bit.
There was no flowers to cover it up, no
Well, with
bark
Nox
skin.
tucked behind that desk, we may not have noticed.
Maybe not.
With her tucked back there, and this is a large chamber.
Yeah, possibly. That's why I was wondering who took watch.
Not Tarquin.
Maybe it was when
Not
Nox was
Tarquin.
unlocked. Yeah.
But it
Maybe
wouldn't have
she.
been when she was on watch.
Oh, right. Okay.
This is a sleep thing.
Well.
I'll roll a d4.
mm,
It was Rodolfo.
okay.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Then
You might
let's
have
say
noticed this.
let's say he did notice, but it was assumed it was some of the freaky magic and let it happen. It's like this is getting. That's the first time that's happened like that. Okay. Well, you do you.
Imagine like bubbling Play-Doh,
Oh, gross. Okay. But
There you go.
flesh. Yeah.
but
Yeah.
flesh, and that
Lovely.
solidifies at the end and just becomes a sleeping other being.
Okay. Noted. Thank you.
That was quite a tremendous display when you were in a wolf. You remember?
Did what now?
You
What the shit? I missed it.
You tore those creatures apart with
Oh.
fang and claw.
As a spider or a
I'm sure you was a wolf.
wolf? Okay. Thank you.
Wait, no, thank you. That's why I have this perfect little key for you. Been holding on to this one for a while. It's no use to me, but I think someone like your kind, if you don't mind me saying, will get
My
a very
kind.
good use. Yes, those sort of skin shifters, druids. That's the one. And they hand you a key with the shape of the handle is in that of a wolf's head, and she says, as she hands it to you, she like places one hand over yours, and you feel like as if the kind of key sort of resonates within your mind suddenly, and you hear Jingle Jangle say, "The key to understanding each other is with a close touching bond." And she gives you the lupine key, which I'll add to your inventory.
Thank you.
I like that everybody's getting these special keys and I get a dessert tray.
It's what would make you happiest.
It is
It
the
really,
key.
it really does make me happy.
It's the key
I've
to
got the key
satisfying
to
your hunger.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. The key to your appetite.
Yes, that needs to be on the item description.
Oh yeah, thank you. Does this let out our friend?
Let out
He's already
oh,
out. So Talavar's gone.
Oh,
I didn't get to say goodbye.
Well, technically,
what-
I suppose technically you did, but technically you didn't. So
Ah,
He was
So-
anxious to get back to the summer court to report
Ah.
everything that was going on, and so he reluctantly left us, but he had to go.
it was not really a drawn out thing. There was no, grand ceremony, teary goodbyes or whatever. It was just very matter of fact. You did not miss anything.
well, good for
And
him.
there's also a really good chance that we'll see him again because we'll have to go and he'll have to come and help us at some point, right? So
So what does this key do then?
she says, "Well, why don't you try it on?" And you realize that there is actually a necklace attached to this key, unlike the others. She offers
on.
to put it over your head.
Oh, she puts it over my head.
Yeah. Now try turning into that wolf form again.
Okay.
All right.
I
So-
will attempt to turn into a wolf.
Okay. So as you see Solomon beginning shifting, falling down to 4 legs, and their form becoming this wolf, you see all of their equipment, all of their items, like they would normally do, they form into the body and disappear. Except this necklace has remained, and it's still dangling with a little wolf key at the end of it. And she looks over to the others and says, "As I said, the key to understanding each other is with a close touching bond. Feel free to touch the key."
oh, I touched the key.
All right. Xaxx, you come over, and now Jingle Jangle turns to you, Solomon, and says, "Try talking." No, with normal words, silly.
Hello?
So yeah,
Solomon-
that howl, that kind of like, oh, it sounds in your voice as Solomon's, and you heard him say that.
Solomon, you're just going woo woo woo.
Woo!
Yeah, same. It's just you doing that. Like it's not like a wolf sound.
No, I'm
you-
excited. This is
Oh.
good for me.
I can understand you, Solomon. I can
I-
understand you.
This is incredible. Yes. This is a wonderful thing.
Can we only understand him if we're touching the key, or is it like all
Yeah.
the time?
It's all the time, but you do need to be next to him and touching the key.
Okay, but either way, guys, we can talk to Nox and Solomon now when they're transformed. This is great.
Yes, this is absolutely wonderful. This is another amazing gift.
is this specifically just when they're a wolf, or will this be when they're in any shape?
Yeah, you can try it in any shape if you like. I'm sure the effect will be soundly the same.
Wow, Jingle Jangle, you have amazing magic that is so incredibly powerful.
Give some
Indeed.
green stuff to the wolf.
You have so many things here which are so useful. Is this why the brigands targeted you? Or were they
Yes,
just
well-
after everybody?
They wanted other things as well. Something like they were trying to fill up a gourd for some reason, but there was
Oh,
some
We've run into
memories.
that gourd. We've run into that gourd too.
Again with that gold, yes. Very disturbing. I don't like it. But
Last time they only stole my truffles, though. But I had a little backup.
Backup travels?
Oh no, actually, yes. She does point to a bag in the corner that is filled with some truffles.
Oh, now this is very good. This is excellent. You
My
know, truffles
emergency
are
stash.
one of the foremost delicacies. You must be quite an artist to have your own stash. But did they? Well, we will not impose, but you know, did they? Did you hear anything that told you what this gourd was for, or what they were planning in the future? You know, any kind of useful information that might help know where they're going.
Hmm. Well, they didn't share that, and I definitely didn't follow them all the way back. Whatever they're doing with it, they're probably hoarding it, and things that they steal back in their hideout. Big hollowed out tree stump in the middle of the tollway.
Hollow tree stump in the middle of the tollway.
Yeah,
Okay.
we've been to the tollway.
Mm-hmm. Did we know it was
All
a
the-
hollowed out tree stump though?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
You mentioned that all those
Okay.
bridges, they sort of converge on one central location, and that's their hideout.
Oh, it's that one. Okay. Yes. So one on the
Yeah.
map.
I think
They've been
Tarquin
stashing all
and
the goods there,
I think
most likely.
Tarquin and Nox were able to see as far as they wanted from the top of this mountain.
That's
You could
right.
see the
So you
massive
did spot that.
But did
So-
they? I'm trying to think of the right question to ask. 'Cause, like, did they say if they will, if they owed someone something? You know, was they
Oh.
doing it for themselves, or was it with the intent of repaying someone, perhaps, or doing a favor, or you know, things like this?
They definitely seemed upset if they didn't get what they wanted.
Hmm.
I have a slight theory on it. Because from memory, Bavlorna freed Agdon from being trapped, but part of his scarf was left behind, so maybe he needs the rest of his scarf back, or maybe it's just to pay back, you know, for his freedom.
I thought he was. Sorry. I thought he was. They were collecting it for Bavlorna as part of the repayment for setting them free from the bullywugs or something.
I don't know if we know many details about what their relationship is, but it seems I believe that they are somehow beholden to her. Just for what and to what purpose, and I don't know.
In any case, someone ought to give them a good shaking down, so that they know what it feels like.
Well, yes, indeed, this is what we are certainly planning to do. We can promise you this much.
One way or another.
If nothing
In that
else,
case,
it's giving rabbits a bad name, and we do not like this. This is bad for the whole species, race or peoples, whatever. You know, whatever you call them, whatever that is.
well, in any case, you're welcome to rest up here in Jingle Jangle's home until you're ready to go give him what for.
Well, I feel very rested. This was wonderful sleep, this best sleep I've had in ages. So thank you for that as well.
No, you're welcome. Speaking of resting and sleeping, during the night, Xaxx, you would have had a sort of dream, perhaps not. It seems as though maybe you're sort of wandering off in your mind for a moment, and then briefly you heard the voice of the Watcher, and a scene sort of began painting in your head from that voice, and you could see them in the cave, and you saw there was the Herringon brigand, Pyro, and they're sort of sitting down. It seems like the Watcher is teaching them. They're repeating the rules such that they can be properly enforced going forward. And you realize the connection that is giving you this dreamlike vision is the moonstone itself. can feel a sort of a cold touch, not an uncomfortable one, but sort of a soothing one, and it seems to be resonating with the actual cave itself. And it feels like is that connection is the one that you established.
I'm gonna just watch for a little bit and wonder if there's a possibility that Pyro could join in the worship of the Moon Maiden potentially, or if it's just me projecting desires onto the situation.
Hmm.
And then I'm going to think harder and see if I can if I can establish a connection with the cave. Maybe I can reestablish a connection with the moonstone that was in the basement of the tavern,
Ah,
and
yes.
just sort of spend a little bit of time to try to focus and see if that will work at all. And then if that does work, then there's one more thing I'd like to try.
Okay. So, as you briefly try to reach out to that other set of moonstones, it feels as though there is something there, but it doesn't feel secured. Feels as though you sort of passed by it, but didn't really commit to forming a connection like you definitely did with the cave, as you sort of spent a great deal of time meditating near it. You drew from its power as well, whereas you sort of only briefly came across that. That's not to say you can't form a connection if you come across it again, but you feel as though there is a sort of a ping, a small chime in your head, but nothing as secure as what you just had, like a vision, for example, with the Watcher's Pool. This one just sort of feels like, yeah, you can tell it's there. You can still tell it's perhaps even moving, but you don't feel like the emotions or the full connection is there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. So thinking on that and thinking about why there's no connection, I'm going to try then to establish where I do have a strong connection back on the material plane
Ah,
with Sister Mariel,
okay.
and see if I can just check up on and see what she's doing right now.
In that case, for this one, then I'm gonna actually ask you to make just a wisdom check, straight up flat wisdom.
Straight up flat wisdom.
Yeah. Hmm.
Wait, I have
Okay.
more. I have a plus.
Sure you're-
I have a
Oh, hold on.
+5 wisdom, so I don't know why it's not doing that. So
That's
that should be a
weird.
19.
Yeah, okay. 19 is really good. You definitely feel a stronger connection, but it feels as though you have to pierce through some sort of veil. It's not clear what it is. In fact, it feels foggy. And in that case, it kind of clues you in as to what the veil is. It is this same fog that surrounds this realm of Prismir from the rest of the Feywild, and also Prismir itself split into three. All of those threes are separated by that same misty veil, and it seems to fog and blur your connection. So you're seeing perhaps an outline or a silhouette, rather, of what's happening, but it's not like a clear connection. It's like you're looking through a tunnel filled with that mist,
Okay.
and you can perhaps see her sitting, meditating, and you can perhaps just see the silvery glow coming from the shrine. That definitely seems to shine through, but it's not like a clear connection. The light doesn't reach all the way through to Prismir, it seems. You would need to perhaps remove this mist, maybe rejoin Prismir, and maybe join Prismir to the Feywild. That seems like quite a monumental task, but at the very least,
Alright.
you're definitely feeling a connection from Moonstones within Prismir itself. But if it can reach out to that beyond the planes, you think it's possible, but it would take a great deal of of effort. This is tapping into a lot of the same sort of spells that clerics do ultimately achieve, such as like sending and the like. It seems like it's acting like these.
Okay. I'll just sort of think about other possibilities and connections that I can maybe tap into, but we'll just sort of think about ways that I can do that next time.
Yeah. And I'll say lastly, the Watcher's Pool feels like a connection that is growing, almost in the same way that Fyro is learning about this realm, about the Moonstone. You feel that connection in emboldening your own sort of connection as well. Like the more that come together, the more pieces that are sort of attuned together, the greater your understanding of it becomes. And I like to think that's the way in which sort of Xaxx's newer and more powerful abilities kind of get unlocked, is by connecting these moonstones together, because they are all one of the same. They're all the fragments. But yeah. So
So
with that,
yeah. So as that sort of finishes, I'll just sort of hold my own little piece of moonstone that I have, and
yeah.
think about that, and just pop another slice of the green stuff into my mouth, and yeah.
Good stuff. All right. So everyone, you've got that long rest. You're feeling bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, ready to start the day. Where would you like to head?
Well, Jingle and Jangle, is there any last thing we can do for you? You have been so very kind to us and so very generous with us. Is there anything else other than taking care of the Haragon that we can do for you?
Hmm. No, your promise of dealing with those is more than enough for me. But just make sure you you abide by the rules here in Prismy. They may seem mm, not that important, but to us Feykind, they really are what makes this world the way it is.
Uh, we absolutely have been trying to abide by all the rules, especially the rule of reciprocity, which is why I wanted to make sure that there was nothing else we could do for you before we left.
I've got a little helpful rhyme if you want to put it to memory. It'll help you remember the rules.
I would love to hear that.
All right then. And as she begins rhyming this, it's actually almost like the same sort of that's almost what you were hearing the Watcher say as well, trying to teach Fyro to respect the rules. And it goes like this: they are known as the rules in rhyme. In the wilds yond the Witchlight, there are fewer rules than here, but new and ancient edicts might still bind the subjects of Prismere. Hospitality, tremendous. An archfae's home is neutral ground. We suggest you not offend us, and you shall stay twixt safe and sound. Reciprocity, a fickle thing. Gifts and deals are sacred vow. Whatever good or ill you bring, you'll receive returns somehow. Ownership, an antique notion. To take what is yours is most unkind. Thefts cause all sorts of commotion, but what was yours can be made gifted mine. Not a rule, but still forbidden. Ever has it been the charge. Harm will never come to children, whether they stand small or large. That's it. You remember those rules here in Prismere, and you won't upset, well, the denizens, and the world will treat you with the same respect.
Those are wise words. Thank you so much.
That part about the children was new, I think.
Well,
Yes.
we knew that it was mentioned that children shouldn't be harmed, but never in such explicit.
Yeah.
Which
I
is
think-
why the whole thing where we found those kids was particularly bad.
Yeah, I think
Hmm.
that was definitely something that was going against that unwritten rule, written rule.
You found what?
We found children who had been trapped by and he points to the maypole by this, and they were slowly being worn down over time, like not realizing that they had to leave.
That seems most peculiar. Someone set that up. I've been wondering where all the children in Hither have gone. That explains everything. Were they actually harmed?
No, they were maybe a little bit of abrasion from the sand, but no physical harm. Except maybe hunger in their bellies, but they were at least given some food, but not enough.
That sounds like a bending of the rules to me.
Agreed. But we
Yeah.
sent them off on their way home, and it's another thing we plan to deal with. One of Bavlorna's servants was at least there at one point. We know that. The one known as
Was it April?
no, it was Sopig. Sopig was
Ah,
there.
Sopig.
Hmm.
This has me thinking too, though. Is Sopig a child?
Sopig looks like a child,
She was acting like a child.
but
So
That
if
doesn't.
if Sopig is a child, but Sopig is like on the other side, are we not allowed to harm Sopig even though she's, doing the thing
Well,
she
it
does?
might. If you look at the rhyme, it says whether they stand small or charged. So it might be that while she may not be a physical child, mentally she is.
We can't harm Sopig, maybe.
Possibly.
And those that have seen her, insight as to whether she might have been older than a child.
or
Thinking back
perhaps
to it,
she was once a child who herself was corrupted.
that was to
That
Chris, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
that,
And
that
Maybe,
she
yeah.
has the appearance of the child and her child was stolen away. In which case she is a victim as well as a perpetrator. But you know
You, Tarquin
the
sort of
rules become very difficult in this
yeah,
case.
Tarquin sort of considers this with how the brigands have been and with how we've seen with this rule being bent. Do you think those sort of bending and corruptions are what are causing at least some of the corruption of Hither? Like as
I
the
think at
rules.
least at least a little bit, yeah, because
No doubt.
Bavlorna is making deals, right? And so she won't go maybe against the rules directly or against the deals directly, but she'll
Bend them
twist
to...
them into her twist them to her favor.
Yes, because the one time when we spoke of children coming to harm, we saw things wilt and go nasty. So it seems perhaps the what's the right, the going against of these rules, but not entirely, is part of how they're turning this area to their will. But as the Watcher said, the Prismere reflects its ruler. So, and in this case, the ruler of this part is Bavlorna.
It hasn't. Didn't they take a child, and we're looking for at least one child that's been kidnapped.
The displacer beast kitten.
Yeah, I was thinking, yeah, Delagron's kitten isn't that harm? Isn't that doing harm by taking the kitten away from her mother?
And
It's certainly criminal.
and it also raises the question: the halfling who was taken was reverted to a childlike form. So was that to? What was the purpose in that?
I had just assumed it was so Pig would have somebody to play with. But you are right about this. I mean, that's something we need to think about. But I think we need to start walking to wherever our next destination is,
Well,
because it's getting later in the day.
the only place really to go would be the tollway to deal with Agdon, because we're going to have to deal with Agdon in order to get to Downpool where Bavlorna is, and I'd rather have Agdon out the way before we have to deal with the Bullywugs and Bavlorna.
Is there anything we need to do before we go to deal with Agdon, or is that just next on the list before we have to go to Downfall? We have things we can do on the way and things to look out for, but
yeah,
I don't know if there's any like destinations that we have to get to first.
Not that I can think of.
We have to go up the hill to get the Alarcon thing.
Oh,
before we
where's the
can-
Alicorn?
It's on Telemy Hill, I believe. No, we are on Telemy Hill.
No.
We're in Telemy Hill.
It's in the mountains, I think, somewhere high.
Yes, but that's probably beyond where we
Perhaps
can get to. That might be once we've.
Yeah.
After the Brians.
Yes. Well, I think maybe the Alicorn and returning things back might be something that needs to be done once we've cleared this area, because the Alicorn seems linked to the actual ruler of this place, whose name is totally slipped my mind.
Sibilna.
Sibilna. And thus, I don't think we're going to be able to even get near the mountains until we get rid of this mist, and the only way I can see to get rid of that is to remove Bavlorna one way or another.
To weaken the coven, the coven of 3 down to 2.
If we can weaken the coven, then that will weaken their hold and potentially weaken whatever's trapping Sibilna. It might be that their coven is what's required to hold that cage tight.
And the Alicorn is in the mountains for sure, right?
Yes, that's what they said. Some sort of bird, I think, has
dropped among the birds. Yes.
An antlered.
Yes, it was dropped from a high.
Jingle Jangle, do you know anything about antlered birds?
Let's see if my knowledge serves me. And roll an intelligence check for her. Yes, actually. I have, I've seen them. Back, way back. Before the fog blotted out the skies. They were known as Periton. They are quite dangerous creatures, in fact. Mystical, old as Prismir itself. Not native to the Feywild, but they are a sort of a monstrosity, a hybrid between both sort of elk and eagle, I suppose. But they're I've not seen them in a long time. They used to fly over hither, but I think they have probably flown, maybe migrated. Maybe the swamp water got to their senses, I suppose. I couldn't tell you where they are now.
Well, was their
but I've not seen them in
disposition?
hither.
What was their
Hmm?
disposition? Were they mean, nice?
They're
Did they
fiercely
seem
territorial.
okay? So they may be law-abiding.
Hard to say. I've never spoke with them myself, but I've heard stories of their deadly claws snatching prey from the lofty mountains.
But are they intelligent creatures with which one can talk, or are they beasts with that
Oh, I
follow their
see.
instincts?
Um, hmm. She thinks
Well,
for a moment. I suppose they are definitely intelligent, I can tell you that. But without having spoke to one myself, I couldn't tell you. If they do talk, they would probably perhaps only talk to themselves
hmm,
or amongst themselves. But she shrugs and she's not 100% sure. She's never heard a story of them talking or speaking, but she does acknowledge that they are intelligent, they're predators.
okay. Well,
Sort of
ants
like
are intelligent, you know.
sort of
So,
consider it like an owlbear, right? They're
hmm,
clearly powerful creatures, territorial, um, intelligent, but not able to speak. Maybe.
Yes, well, the ability to speak doesn't necessarily make you intelligent.
quite, yes.
Well said.
Well, Rodolfo makes a little bow to Jingle Jangle. Jingle Jangle, it has been a pleasure. I wish you all the best in your business affairs. Repairing the mountain and keeping your keys. If we will attempt to follow through on our end of the deal, and well, if you have need of us, or if you perhaps there is something you find that that would be of use to us, you come find us.
Very well. That seems like a fair deal. I'll help you up out of the mountain, out of the hill. I'll see you down to the base.
Oh,
And
very kind. Yes.
Thank you. Yes, I had some trouble getting on the first time.
she leads you all the way down the pathway, and the trees sort of gather around her, and they all kind of say to her like, "Oh, it's good to see you. Are you feeling better now?" And she says, "Yes, thank you, and thanks to these fine adventurers, I'm feeling a little bit more brave for the outside now. I'll try not to lock myself away again. No goblins on island." And she says, "Do you mind lowering or beseeching the hill to lower itself down there? They need to be on their way now." And the trees all kind of nod and in unison dig their roots into the hill, and you see the hill begin to lower down. And with a great bud and shudder, you hear the hill come to the ground. And you're able to step off.
Which side are we stepping off on?
That's up to you. Whichever
Well,
way you like.
um, I think we ought to step off on the side closest to the tollway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Unless unless we want to
But
step
the
off
DM
closer.
laughs, so maybe we should
Actually,
step off somewhere else.
Honestly,
actually,
you're
Chinkle Jangle. I
yeah.
know this might be a bit of a stretch, but could the hill take
Mhm.
us nearer the tollway? I know it might not want to go that way, but
Hmm. That is down to the hill. I could ask the trees for you, but
yeah, I mean, if
it
we could at
seems like
least get closer, it will help us get there to deal with them sooner. and mean we'll have to go through less trouble potentially to get there.
And
I'd go
we
down one of the
completely
wells again.
No, never.
That was fun.
No, never again. I will.
Yeah, I
We
would.
can do
I
better
would.
than the wells, yes.
I was gonna say we could do the wells again and just give it a try.
I mean,
On
if
this
you
side.
Oh,
guys want to do the well again, you're more than welcome. I will walk.
Actually, I am in favor of Tarquin this time. I think if the hill would not mind, it is in our mutual interest that we deal with these brigands all the sooner. Perhaps you will ask.
I can ask, but I will be honest. That does
Well,
remind me of something. Well,
uh-huh.
there is a well that connects to the Brigands' Tollway.
Oh, see the wells.
It's sort of deep within it. If you were to get lucky enough and pop out of it, you would have got past, well, a lot of the surrounding scouts.
I
Hmm.
see. And
won't,
if we are unlucky,
If you're unlucky, you might pop up in a different well. But I mean, let's see.
hmm,
She kind of like looks over across the hilltop, and you can see the positions relative to the map that you have. You could end up in any one of those.
Xaxx, is there nothing we can say that would get you into one of the wells?
Oh,
Oh,
you mean Tarquin?
Yeah.
Tarquin. I'm fully okay with the wells.
I mean, the last
Oh,
time I
I'm
went
sorry.
in the wells, I almost died. I'd rather not do it again.
I mean, you were knocked out when you went inside, and that's the.
I mean, one, I can't swim. Two,
Mm.
I was covered in mud afterwards. I'm still feeling like shit from then. So, like I said, if you guys want to take the well, you're more than welcome. I will meet you there.
Wouldn't it be a bad idea if we take the mountain? Won't the brigands be on the attack if they see a walking mountain
Well,
coming towards
I was
them?
thinking if we got closer, like to where whatever these buildings are here on the map.
So that's the Wandering Inn. That's what's represented
Ah.
there. And that's why when you were going through the river, you could hear it. It was basically
Yeah.
worming its way through.
Or if we could get at least somewhat nearer, that would be.
We could always. Well, I'm gonna put on my stills just in case.
Okay. Well, Jingle Jangle will make an attempt at.
we still have that raft from the
Oh,
woodcutter
We
you
could.
have you have
We-
canoe actually.
canoe.
Even better. Yeah, you kicked the raft off.
We could row there. That would be better.
I
Mhm.
think this is my preference. The wells are nice, but they are a little chancy to me. And one of our friends is not very comfortable, and I must say, I am not very comfortable. I prefer knowing where I am going and that I'm not going to die on the way. If you go down the wrong pipe and all of a sudden you die. There are better ways to travel.
Yeah.
We have a boat. There are canals. We can boat our way there.
All right.
Solomon, I
Okay.
think we're getting outvoted here.
Yeah.
Outboated.
Love it.
All right. Well, whatever the group decide. I'm guessing.
I'm in favor of the boat as well.
Mhm.
I'm
Yeah.
worried about taking Telemy Hill closer to the Brigands Tollway and putting Jingle Jangle back in danger again after she was so very kind to us.
Yeah. There's
Not
also
all the way, just a little as way,
there's also the fact that I don't know about you, but I still not feeling great after our last well encounter. So if I can manage to rest on part of the way, I'll probably be more up to it, and we can actually decide how we're going to deal with these. Because if we go into an all-out fight, I think we're going to lose because we dealt with them in small groups. But if we go to the full tollways, we're going to face all of them. So we need something.
So
Plan.
if our if we run into them, are we going to fight them?
You know what?
Because
I think we
it,
need to decide this while we're moving.
Yeah.
So
well,
I think we need to get into the canoe and start paddling,
Sure.
or start at least get on the river. We're burning daylight, y'all.
Well, burning time, the sun still seems to be in the same place, but yeah.
Right, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Of
I
course.
think we need to be moving and let Jingle Jingle go back to her life.
Solomon
So,
will be the last to leave.
Thank you, Jingle Jangle. We
All right.
appreciate everything, and I'm very
Yes.
grateful for my beautiful key.
yes,
You're
thank you,
very
Jingle
welcome.
Jangle.
Good
I
luck out there.
appreciate-
Miss Django?
Yes.
Thank you for the key and reciprocity and all of that. Here. And I hand the unminted gold coin.
No. She looks at it for a moment and goes, "Wait, really, where did you find this?"
I won it.
She seems wary at first. Can you actually roll me a persuasion check?
I'm so confused right now. Okay.
Yeah, you must be. He
Um,
says, I don't have need for gold, and you keep a hold of that. And don't forget that we're already even. If you give that to me, I'll loan you another key, won't I?
does that make sense? I didn't do anything.
No, it's fine. I just have a what's it called? A superstition. That's all.
A what?
No, nothing.
Okay, I'm so confused.
Well,
That's normal.
it's an old story about a hoard of cursed gold.
Oh, I can give you something else if you want. I've got a copper coin that's two-headed.
Oh, copper's fine.
It's a satyr copper coin. One is like a satyr's head. The other one is a satyr's skull.
Okay. Yeah, sure. She's happy to take that one. But she seems very, yeah, like she said, superstitious of the gold coin.
I'm so confused. But there you go.
Thank you. On your way, go on. They're leaving without you.
Yeah, cheers after.
Okay.
I obviously had to pop out my wild shape for that though.
Oh, that's fine. You can say that you got your wild shape back because you've basically spent a long rest. So you could have got that. All right. So hitting the river and paddling away, the heel begins to lift up again and march on again. You see it sort of disappearing into the mist, but there's still that craggy top just still visible. And as you're going past the lazy, swampy river, let's just roll a random encounter while you're on here. Let's have Rodolfo. You can roll a d8 for us.
This is gonna go
D8.
well.
D8, yeah. Huh. 3. Well, as it happens.
We run into Harrigan.
No, this one you've got before, actually, believe it or not. But you do hear a kind of a stomping sound, and in the distance you see another chimney plume. It's actually the inn at the end of the road. They seem to be marching through the same direction as you are. Just so happens.
This is amazing, guys. The walking in is here. We can ask the walking in to take us to the tollways, and then we can rest in there and plan and sit by the fire. And oh my god, this is the best.
I'm really not sure about that.
I mean, last time we went, yeah, it was a little bit creepy. I'll give you that. But
It was
we
the
got
bounty
food.
hunters
we
that
got-
tried to enter our rooms and the
Right.
weird slave
Yeah, that
things.
necromancer guy.
But that
No.
necromancer, but he was looking for Sir Charlemagne, and he's not here with us anymore, so we have
And
nothing to worry about. And as long as we
yeah,
follow the rules
but
of
we
the inn,
tricked him into leaving last time when we did have Sir Talavar.
but we
He
don't
may
have
not.
him anymore.
I know,
We
and
can't
he
lie.
probably won't believe that.
He
We
probably will not still be there, but I still do not like these legs.
only one way to
Right.
find out. We can
Xaxx,
figure out. Maybe we can ask gently about the legs, and we can say, hey, what's the deal with that? Is it like, it could work out.
Are they volunteers? Are they well paid?
Yeah,
Do they have a
exactly.
union?
Maybe
Uh,
they're the people that broke the rules of the inn or something,
Xaxx, I only have 5 arrows left. 5.
I
I
am.
have
Not
I
Oh
have
my
some
god!
crossbow bolts
not
you can borrow.
50.
I
I,
guarantee you, if I present a pie to what's her face who runs the inn, whose name I forget right now,
Who?
then she has to take us in.
I think it's only
Actually,
fair considering we were denied the travel in the well.
actually, that's not a bad idea about the
We
pie.
don't get the well, and then we don't. We give her some pie. We ask, hey, can you take us? Like, you don't have to take us all the way in, but like to the edge of the thing, and then it saves us the travel. We can, not have to exert our energy. I mean, it's perfect timing.
I mean, I'm for it. Even less
good
water, it's
idea,
good for me.
but
Yeah.
if we didn't travel, we wouldn't have set the children free.
Well,
And
I
we
think that
won't.
was incidental to the greater mission, which is to free Prismier, and all the children will be free.
Yeah, and we only ran into the children because we took the wells, and we're not taking the wells. So
Great. Mm.
We do know that she is an ally. She's not with
she's
evil
not.
hag
Yeah,
mother.
yeah. She doesn't like Bavlorna.
Yeah,
It's just her basement and a couple of her rooms are kind of creepy. And who doesn't have a creepy basement, really?
yeah. I mean, everything here has been creepy so far.
Well,
If we're eaten, I am never gonna forgive you guys. I just want to lay it out there.
Well,
If
if
something eats me in the middle of the night while I'm sleeping, you guys
That's
are in
why
a lot of trouble. I'm gonna come back and haunt you.
well, I
That's
vote
why I
for
got the pie
watches.
tray. Got the pie tray to deal with that. Don't have to worry about getting eaten if we give it pie.
Cool.
This pie tray may be the most useful thing that we have now. Gonna come to think of it.
Oh,
I mean,
In a land ruled by gifts, you have the endless gift.
I have
All the
magical gifts.
pistachio thing you want.
the
Yeah.
pie tray will go really well with the tea set I gave her last
Oh
time.
my. Oh yeah. Plus, I have other stuff. I can do like a full meal. It's gonna be amazing.
Whoa, that's so cool.
Tanwen, I know that it is risky, but
You know me. I do not go against my group. I do not abandon my people. So I will defer to whatever decision the group makes. But I'm just telling y'all, I think we got away lucky last time. So
I have
mean,
if it makes you if it makes you feel any better, I have this tea, and if I scatter the tea leaves around, then it does a recreation of a spell that will protect us from evil and good.
okay.
I can only do it once though, so it'd be like a one time deal, and then the tea's used up. But if you're feeling really apprehensive, then
I can cast to protect from evil and good if that would make you feel better.
Yeah, it would
In fact,
it would duplicate that then.
Then when we get to the end, I think Rodolfo casting protection from evil and good is a good idea.
I
Is
don't disagree.
will it use up your magic energy to do that though,
It will
Rodolfo?
use up a little bit of my energy, but if this is a day of travel, then I'm okay. Once we get there, I am okay to use up a little energy because I will have a sit down.
Speaking of
I
sit
just wish I
down,
could cast it more. for more
We're
people.
s-
But
While we're sitting in the canoe, Xaxx, what's for breakfast?
Oh,
Hi.
well, okay, well, but maybe, well, okay, if we can get to the, but let's, if we go to the tavern, then I'll make everybody breakfast in my magical tray.
Okay.
All right.
Because I don't want to, I want to share it with everybody.
Okay, seems you guys have agreed, and you head towards the sound of the inn. You have to sail down river a little bit, but actually, turns out it is seemingly coming towards you, and you have to pull out the canoe, drag it across the mud for a bit. But it seems like the actual inn itself has sat down in a rather large flooded lake, and the water level is currently rising at this point. And in the distance, you can hear the rushing of water gurgling and spouting out. And judging by your little map of the O-Worlds, you're actually directly near one, and you can probably hear it from here. So that's causing this massive lake to sort of flood. You can still get to the inn. In fact, actually, yeah, you just sail right up to it. In fact, staying in your canoe makes more sense. So you drag it across some muddy banks, and then into the new river. The lake, and you can see the ladder dangling down from the doorway. The inn is actually stationary right now, so it is sunk into the water, so you can't actually see the feet.
not going to lie, I'm pleased I don't have to look at it. I know they're still there, but it is just it leaves an unpleasant sensation in the brain. Nevertheless, on we go.
All right.
And yeah.
I peek through the door.
Okay. You peek through, and you can actually hear voices, and it sounds like Sue Harabax is talking to a familiar voice, in fact. One that is looking around and suddenly spots you guys as you're entering in.
So,
It is the Ettercap known as Elmer, and he suddenly looks towards you, and his expression is not one that is friendly, that is for sure.
so
Oh, welcome. You're back.
is the creepy necro guy here?
Who? Oh no, him. He's not. Thankfully, he's buggered off somewhere.
Okay, it's
Yes,
safe to come in, guys.
We encountered him. He was looking for someone, I believe, but we were unable to help him, and away he went. These things happen in your travels. Such
He
is the
was furious, however. He came back and he was looking for something, wailing and about finding a certain creature, the one that you had on you, in fact.
We didn't have.
Quite a commotion for me.
We've not had any creature with us, unless you mean
Hmm.
Tarquin, the rabbit.
Wasn't Sir
No.
Talivar covered up? I'm pretty
No,
sure he was.
not at that time.
Ah, damn it.
Not when we first came in.
No.
Damn it. Too
I-
bad.
She does say, I covered for you, you know?
And for that, I am going to repay you, and I have something I want to share with everybody, including you, Elmer.
Elmer looks furious, by the way. For some reason, he's just giving the evils towards Rodolfo.
This is the Ettercap we met in the slanty tower, the leaning tower?
Yeah.
It is.
Wait, what did I do?
Yeah.
I literally don't remember.
You know what you did?
I think it's because you broke his shower.
No. You put me under a spell.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's what it was. Okay.
Oh, it's not a spell, just a little friendly persuasion between
was it?
friends.
One of you did, at least. I can't remember which.
I
But
don't
my mind
remember,
wasn't right for at
honestly.
least. Yeah, it was definitely Sir Talavar, if I recall now. But Something was
literally
happening.
don't remember this person at all. I'm sorry.
Well,
Elmer.
perhaps I can smooth things over for everybody. Why don't we all gather around the table here, and I will take out my special new serving tray here. And seeing, at least for us, it's kind of like a morning situation going on. So I am going to put the cover on, put my hand on the cover, and I'm going to think of a breakfast pie that has like eggs and vegetables and some potatoes, and on half of it has like some bacon and sausage, and half of it just veggie, and some cheese sprinkled on top, and it's like a breakfast pie.
Oh my god, giving this to you was the best idea ever. That sounds delicious.
It does
The
sound
only
good.
one who doesn't seem upset with you is Wover, who's actually wagging their tail, and now their tongue is salivating now that these bacon, cheesy pies are on the table.
And everybody can take a little bit, and there's lots for all.
Thank
Well,
you so
this-
much, Xaxx. We really appreciate it.
Yep.
Definitely makes up for it.
So Elmer, what brings you to the inn? Have you left your tower for good, or is this just a visit?
Well, seeing as you killed those terrible creatures outside, yes, I'm able to leave my tower. But, in fact, something came along and picked those up, by the way. Weird.
Really? Interesting.
What did it look like?
A bullywug.
Now
Was
that
it
is
just-
interesting.
Like
Uh-huh.
cleaning up, like a sort of garbage man, or was it retrieving fallen comrades? Or
Not sure. They were clearly from the court, though. They had the same sort of pomp and, I don't know, attire as one of those from the court, but they had their own little boat. Got back on the river with those large snake corpses and sailed right back the way they came.
interesting. I had not thought that many members of the court were interested in Hither right now.
Well,
Uh,
this is the Bullywug Court. It's got a name.
From
specific-
Downfall. Yes, from Downfall. The Soggy Court.
Soggy Court, that's the one. But I'm wondering, as we know that Necromancer guy was working for them, we know that Bavlorna's over that way. Perhaps they're planning to use those snakes in some sort of necromancy.
Yeah, that would be
Or
my
maybe
suspicion.
they're just hungry.
I want a new pair of snakeskin boots. Who knows? In any case, that's not why I'm here. I came by because I'm trying to fix those wells. And one of them's gushing for some reason, continuously. Unlike the others, which raise and lower, this one's constantly flooding.
Do you think something's stuck in it, or on and can't be, and is not turning off, or what do you think Elmer is causing this?
I'm not sure. That's why I was going to get to the bottom of it. But can't get close.
Why can't you get
Yeah.
close?
The lights.
The lights?
Mm-hmm.
These are new lights.
Everyone knows to avoid the lights in a swamp.
Oh, are they will-o-wisps?
That's right.
Ah,
Lost spirits. They will often lead those astray, deeper into the swamps. But I'm not sure why they're there by the well.
I have. Does anybody know how you deal with will-o-wisps, or you avoid them, or do they charm you using sight or sound or smell? I've not dealt with them before, so I don't know.
They're usually things to be avoided, but
Right,
suppose
but
they.
if we're gonna get you to that well, Elmer, we need to know how to avoid the will-o-wisps or what to do to keep us from being led astray. I mean, do we plug our ears? Do we wear a blindfold?
I'm honestly not too sure. I never got close enough to test those waters.
Sue, do you know anything about these will-o-wisps since the inn is here in the lake?
I have been wandering these waters for a while, and yes, I have spotted the lights. They've been more prevalent since, well, since the swamps overgrew, since the flooding, basically. Not that it's your fault, Elmer. You've done everything you can, I'm sure. But those wells have got out of control. I believe they may be spirits of the ones who lost their lives in the flood.
Huh.
An unsettling thought, for the Feywild especially.
But that would mean the only way to perhaps stop the lights is to stop the flooding.
That's what I want to do, but there's sort of a catch-22, I guess. I need to get into the well to fix the flooding, especially that one. Gone out of control.
Could you not, if all the wells are connected, could you not go by one of the wells to that one?
I have a plan, but I need to go down that well. If it's flooded, that means the entrances to it are also flooded. No, don't know how long those tunnels go, but I won't be able to hold my breath the entire way. But if I can unclog one well and then go down it, then that'll work. And he places on the table. You can see he's got the geyser. What's it called? The ever flowing water. What's it called? Flask of endless water. Yeah.
Mr. Strong.
That's the one.
Bottle of
Well,
it.
Elmer, we
Yeah,
have
that's
a
right.
canoe, so we can take you there, but I'm afraid of being led astray by the will-o-wisps. I mean, I don't know if we should have a member or two blindfolded, a member or two with their ears stopped up.
Mr.
You
Muscle.
know, somebody who can, you know, be resistant to the if we don't know how the will-o-wisps or those lights of that are the souls of the departed, as Sue said, influence us, we don't know how to avoid it, and we might
Well,
just fall right into their trap.
well, that
Here's an idea for pardon, I'm no, Tarquin, I'm so sorry for interrupting. I just had an idea
no,
about deplugging the thing.
go for it. I had an idea about how we could get close, maybe.
Well, this is just about I don't know from pipes, but I have this dust of dryness, which turns a cube of water 15 feet on each side into a marble pellet. I don't know, will this help you to clear the way a little bit?
That could work, yes. At least some portions of it.
Could I remove a bunch of water in the right place? Perhaps this will help with the plumbing.
Certainly.
And
We can make use of that. I just need to get down there. But I think
well,
what was causing this is it's far more severe than the other wells.
how in force you mean it is more water there?
Definitely. It's continuous, whereas the others seem to rise and lower. This one's, if it's not put under control, it'll continue to flood.
Alas, I don't have anything for that.
Well, well, in order, so Elmer, you need to get close to that one in order to be able to sort it, right?
I can unplug it if I get down there, yes. Or at least I can drain out the water.
What if?
But then I need to go down there and either fix the problem before it overflows again.
What if we put Elmer on the canoe and we use those tea leaves to protect him while some of us go up close, maybe protected, one of us protected by your spell, Rodolfo, and we just try to keep the will-o'-the-wisps off of him whilst he does it. I mean, they'll probably try to misguide us and stuff, but I feel like
If we know
together.
that they are there, that the lights are treacherous, surely we are armed
Exactly.
with the wisdom.
Exactly.
We could do this. How do you feel about this, Elmer?
I'll accept any help I can take. I'm kind of why I'm stuck here in the inn at the moment. I ran out of ideas a while back, but this seems like it works.
Would you be
You
able
have a
to?
protective measure?
Would you be able to get us close, Sue?
We are already quite close. I stopped the inn here, found Elmer, and he knocked on the door and let him in.
Okay.
Yes. Just she points out the window and says, "You can hear it from here." And she opens it up, and it's you can hear the kind of gushing and gurgling water, and you can even see the slight ripples up against the inn itself, like little waves.
Rodolfo or Xaxx, do y'all have any kind of a spell that makes super bright light? Maybe the way to chase off the will-o'-wisps is to make a light brighter than they are.
I don't have any spells like this.
Okay.
I don't unless Eldritch Blast or Mage Hand can cast.
I'm just
I mean,
trying to
I can hold hold a lantern from 3 feet away. We can use it as a kind of a like a lighthouse, like a light going all around in a circle.
I was just thinking of fireflies. You know, they come out at dawn and dusk. I was thinking if we could make daylight, that maybe they would go into hibernation. But I've never worked with will-o'-wisps before, so I honestly don't know.
You know, one of your ideas actually does have a certain merit to it, Tanwen. I mean, with the exception of Elmer and whoever Rodolfo protects, if the rest of us are blindfolded, we could essentially ignore the lights and just follow the sound. It's basically a erupting geyser. That should be easy to find by hearing alone, but
yes, finding it's not a problem. It's like a geyser that's spitting out the water.
Do you know much about will-o'-the-wisp, Sue? Any ideas how they're dealt with or what they do?
He says they are often seen as bobbing lights in the forest. They are supposedly spirits of the lost, but they often haunt lonely places, such as battlefields or such. They can be bound by a dark fate or even dark magic. They feed on fear and despair.
So if we're
I
not
know that
afraid, then we should be okay then.
We follow Tanwin's advice to jingle jangle and think of our favorite things. You know, noodle and schnitzel and all the good things, and we will be together.
Schnitzel.
Yes.
And we can perhaps sing a fun song. I don't know.
Rodolfo, I have to tell you, I've been reliably told that I cannot carry a tune in a bucket using both hands.
Well, this is a good thing about camp songs is you do not need to be able to sing because everybody else is also terrible. You know, if you know, never sing happy birthday, it's always better when nobody knows how to sing.
No, it's funny you mention lanterns, though. That's how they lure the unwary creatures into like quicksand pits or even monstrous layers. They appear as bobbing lanterns in the distance, sort of symbol of hope in the doom of a swamp. They can choose to
Perhaps.
alter their colours or even wink out completely. But funny that you mention lantern because they often pretend to be them
So
to get seen.
Maybe
we disguise ourselves as one of them. Is that how this works?
Well, to be honest,
That's
I
good.
think providing we just don't follow any lights, we're probably fine.
right.
And if they come at us, we'll just hit them with a stick.
Right. Yes. I mean, I
Ooh, that
it,
sounds
the danger of will-o-wisps is that you do not know that it is a will-o-wisp. If you know that it is a false, then
So,
you've solved the puzzle.
there is one
Yeah.
other way we could get close, actually. You suspect these are spirits of those that drowned in the flood, right?
I've seen only these will-o-wisps appear after the flooding. Can only assume the worst.
Then, if they're basically going around the area where they died, then perhaps that's because they want that flooding to stop. So maybe we can just try talking to them, convince them we're there to help so that they can rest. Never
This
heard of
seems
talking to
very
the earth.
risky.
I mean, it's just
We
an
could
idea if they come towards us. Otherwise, we just ignore them, get there, and then bash anything that comes close. But if we can,
whack a wisp.
I mean, if we can deal with this with words rather than violence, then that leaves us all ready for dealing with Agdon and his lot.
A number
I'm
of strategies.
yeah. I think, and we're just going to have to get in the canoe and gather more information. The only other suggestion I have is maybe to pair off, tie people together in pairs. So if one person starts to go, the other person can kind of hold them down till the group can get a hold of them. That way, if it's like a siren song, we we can control. We at least can keep a hold on somebody until we can get get them to control themselves or get control over them.
Make sure that nobody wanders off, fails a
Right.
wisdom saving throw, and wanders off accidentally. If we are all tied together,
Yeah. Well,
I like
I'm
this
worried about
idea.
us all tied together in the canoe because if the canoe flips, that could cause somebody to drown.
Oh well.
Well, I'll be on my stilts, so maybe that won't. That's one last person.
Do you know if the stilts are going to make it down to the bottom of the lake?
They're only as long as they are long, so they
Right.
won't get to the bottom of the lake.
So we may have to keep you or get you in the canoe at some point.
That's yeah. If it's a deep lake, then. But I'm a better swimmer than Tarquin is, so at least there's that.
I mean, there are rocks that probably outswim me.
Interesting point. When Xaxx hasn't been using the stilts, how has he been carrying them around?
Like strapped to my back, probably.
Yeah,
That's
not too
amazing.
difficult.
Like skis.
Like
Yeah, that's it.
people can spot Xaxx from ages away because they see these massive sticks just appearing.
Yeah,
Sure.
those in like feudal Japan where they had those warriors that had the flags on their back. It's like that guy.
Yeah, because they're like what 10, 15 foot stilts
I
or
think
something.
they're probably like 10 feet tall. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was picturing you carrying them like skis over one shoulder, but I like the flag idea. The crossed sticks on your back.
No,
They're
wolves have
just
come back.
they're just like strapped there. Yeah. But I don't have any like bag of holding or anything to carry them in.
Does Wolver say anything, by the way?
Wolver's trying to lick the fingers of people who've just finished their pies.
Well, I put my necklace on him to see if it would work on him.
Oh, it doesn't, I'm afraid. It only works for druids.
I turn into a wolf.
Okay, well, yeah. You could sort of talk back and forth.
Yeah.
But Wolver's just like, when they whimper, it's a whimper of like thank you and affection.
I'm able to ask it how it ended up with a spider person. 'Cause it's like a
Now,
shadow dog, isn't it?
yeah, Wover lets out just a small bark of loyalty. They don't speak a language, but you can kind of get what they're conveying across.
Yeah, but how did they end up with a spider person? Not why are they with?
Yeah, they don't have a formal like language that they can explain the full thing with. You can just tell that Rover is a loyal dog. That's all you can really tell.
It's just so weird. How did like some shadow wolf being end up meeting a spider being and
Remember,
we're like, yeah, let's...
he's not always been a spider being.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah. Elmer isn't an etiquette. He's cursed.
Yeah.
But
And you
still,
can see as he's trying to pick up those pies, he has difficulty without thumbs.
I'm sure Elmer wasn't also a shadow dog. How did they end up together?
Maybe they're cursed companions.
Okay.
In any case, Elmer says, "Right, Rover, you stay here. I don't want you getting into a scrap.
I'm a wolf now.
This is you're better on dry land, boy. All right, everyone, let's see this canoe you've got."
Yes, yes,
another one.
it's a good canoe.
All right. So
we,
I'm gonna.
we did find your boat, but then we lost it.
You did? My raft. I've
Um,
been missing it.
It's up by the toll area, the toll
by the
bridges.
toll.
Great.
We had to
Yeah, that-
we had to sort of abandon it because we were getting swamped up or something.
But
You think I'm gonna go by there?
but as we're hoping to deal with them anyway, maybe we can get it back then. No promises, but
No.
we can at least try.
He grumbles to himself. He seems a lot less amicable when he was than when he was charmed.
Yeah.
He still comes across as a grumpy workman. All right, let's get our son. Get this over with. All right.
Yep.
Okay, so you'll pile in and begin paddling your way to. Oh, what's that?
Oh, never mind. I guess we don't have time for it. Okay, let's go.
What did you want?
Oh, I wanted to talk
do?
to Sue about something, but I think we've already left. Or we're leaving.
Yeah, you could always head back after if you wanted. Or if it's not too long, you can ask it now.
It might be a
People
little
are
long.
finding
It might be a bit longer than just like a quick thing. So.
Okay, right then. So people get out, jump in the canoe, and you begin paddling towards the location. You can just hear the sound gushing. Oh well, gets closer and closer. Before long, breaking the mists, you see this kind of geyser of water spilling up and into the air, and it does so in sort of pumps. Like it's not just a continuous geyser. It seems to spurt up, and then stop again. Sort of almost rhythmic for a moment, but it has stopped for just a few moments. Like it's almost like it's taking a break. And during that, you start to see there are a trio of lights begin bobbing around. And they seem to be meandering, circling the well. At first, you thought it was perhaps light reflecting off of like water vapor, but sure enough, as your eyes adjust and the water vapor kind of settles, these things are definitely more than just tricks of light. And I've got you a little canoe here. Here you go. You can fit yourselves in however you like. You know you can polymorph yourself into a wolf, right?
Yeah, damn.
Rather than using a different token. But I mean that works for now, so we'll just use that.
I keep forgetting.
That's alright. Okay, so how do you want to approach this? What plan did you settle on?
I mean, we're just going to approach it trying to ignore them, and then if they... I think, weren't we going to try scattering the tea leaves to protect at least one of us, and then Rodolfo protect another one from any, like, charming
Yeah.
effects?
Yeah, I'm gonna reach out a hand and cast protection from evil and good on Tanwen, because she's at the front and because she's got arrows. And
5. But
well,
yeah, no, do we want to put it on Elmer the Ettercap because he's got to go down into that well and we don't know what
That
else
might
is
actually be
down
an idea, and then use the tea leaves on Tanwen, because they're probably going to stay in one position on the boat.
there. Okay.
I could be at the front if you want to be ranged. Says the wolf.
I'll give Rodolfo then vigilant blessing.
okay,
Okay,
what does
so
that do?
advantage on
Gives you
the next.
advantage
Um,
on your next initiative roll.
Oh,
In
nice.
case-
Okay.
Yeah, I was saying that in case Tanwen didn't want to be at the front, considering they're like using arrows and whatnot.
Mm.
And I
I don't mind being in the front, but if Solomon, you want to take charge, that's fine too.
don't want you guys to get hurt. Plus, I'm also a font of HP, so
yeah. One of them does seem to get cautiously closer and passes straight through the branches of this nearby tree. And as it does, you see the leaves wilt, turn to kind of browny color, and then fall from the branch itself, resting onto the water. See these dead leaves kind of flow away from the ripples.
Did y'all see that necrotic damage that it just did?
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe don't let them
Catch us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna give us I'm gonna do something else. Hold on, let me see what else I can do.
How close are we to the well now?
So from here, you can see on the map about 60 feet away.
Okay. And can we get any closer with the canoe, or is this as close as the canoe will
Up to
get
you.
because of the ripples?
No, you can tell me what you would like to do. At the moment, it does seem as though the well has stopped gushing, and Elmer's pointing out that yes, it was seemingly spouting a second ago, but now
Uh,
it's stopped.
In that
Maybe we
case,
should
Sure
take
enough, it did.
advantage of this and get Elmer as close as possible and let him go down and see if he can unclog the well.
All right. Okay. So
we will slowly row forward, I guess. As
Okay.
quietly as possible, I imagine. Stealth rowing.
stealth throwing.
Agree.
It's I would ask for a roll, but you're like in. You're not being able to hide from anything, and these
It's
wisps.
more, we
they
don't know
go around.
necessarily if they have like a vision, so we're just trying to row as quietly as possible so as not to disturb.
Right.
Presumably
Yeah.
whispering.
Oh,
I
speaking of
mean, not
whispering,
splashing the water like, loudly. Put the oar in, pull it, pull it back, lift it up,
Exactly.
But do you want me to roll?
no, I'm gonna say though, as you are whispering, you hear a set of distinct other whispers as well, and you hear them sort of all around you, getting closer, and then suddenly pushing away and pulling back towards the well. These will-o-wisps seem to seem to gossip amongst each other. What are they? What are they? What are they? You should steer clear.
Did anyone else hear that?
Can't trust them.
Tarquin
I
knows.
am going. I'm gonna reach out with my psionic mind and see if I can connect with whatever is saying that.
Okay. Do you want to just click that feature into the chat? Because I think I want to.
I technically need to see it.
Mhm. Okay. One of those. I'll find it on your sheet.
I'll copy the text. Hold on. I technically do need to see. Where is it?
So you can send something that's 30 feet. Yeah, you can see them. These are. It seems as though it's just these will-o-wisps are the ones and the sources of these whispers, and you can connect your mind to theirs. They do have and possess a mind.
Good. I don't need to. I don't need to share a language with them for it to understand the message, but it needs
Okay.
to at least understand and comprehend one language.
Yep, it does. It has the languages it perhaps knew in its own life.
So I will reach out and say, hello. Are you? Hello. How are you doing?
Speaks to our minds. What do you want? Why are you here?
Well, we're here to unclog the well, I guess. And we're hoping that you will allow us to do that to help out the land around here.
This is our home. We cannot trust those who trespass. So much
Okay.
damage has already been done.
I'm gonna tell whoever's paddling the boat to stop, and then I'm gonna go back to the will-o-wisps. And how do you want your land protected? Is there something we can do to help? That would also involve unclogging the well.
Our home is no more. This is all we have left.
So if we unclog the well and return the area to the way it was before it was flooded, then that would help you.
Some things cannot be returned.
Maybe not in 100% fashion, but maybe they can be fixed slightly.
Fixed. Fixed what?
Yeah.
How can you fix this?
They seem to gossip again amongst each other. You can roll me a persuasion check with that in mind.
Well, they're talking amongst themselves, everybody, and
What did they say?
they don't want us to infringe on their home, and the damage has already been done, and they're trying to preserve what's still remaining.
Did you tell them that we're trying to restore it to the way it was?
Yeah, they said it can't be made back to the way it was. And I said, well, maybe we can try to fix it, and they're kind of confused as to how we would fix it.
Hmm.
And that's when you hear that reply, and everyone hears the whispers.
Fixers, returners. How would you do this?
Oh, I guess you guys can talk to them now. Thank you, Will-O-Wisp, for allowing us to speak. We come in peace.
We have brought the engineer who maintains the O-wells and can prevent it flooding as much or as forcefully, which may allow
Yes.
the waters to recede.
Elmer stands up, rocking the boat slightly, as you pronounce him as the engineer, and they suddenly turn a kind of reddish glow, and their light pulses, and you hear their whispers more fervent.
He is not the engineer. He is a monster.
He was cursed into this form by the one responsible for the well's flooding.
We're also going to take care of her, by the way.
I am Elmer. Though this form is likely not one you recognize when you're when your home is intact. It is me.
And he pulls out the chalice of ever-flowing water.
This will help unclog it,
If you allow us.
Yes, Elmer. We remember Elmer. Yes. Where were you? Where were you when our home was flooded?
lost everything.
Elmer kind of looks a bit sheepish towards you both. Towards the group.
Elmer himself, as you can see, has been cursed. He was imprisoned in his own home by foul creatures. I'm sorry that you have lost your land. All of this is wrong. Hither is wrong. We are trying to make what amends we can. Will you allow us?
It remains to be seen if you can truly help.
Will you
That is
allow us to
true.
try?
Try. Want to try. Let them try, yes. If they fail,
And you hear them whispering amongst themselves. You don't quite catch what the repercussions are, but they do part a small distance away from the well, almost as if allowing passage.
you may try.
Let's go
Return.
process.
But we have little hope.
This is wise. You are wise to allow us to try, but not to trust fully. We will, as we said, we will do what we can for the benefit of you, for the benefit of ourselves, others, and
Okay.
that is all a person can do in this life.
All right. They seem to go back to a cool bluish color, almost camouflaging themselves with the water itself. And your boat finally bumps up against the well, and you can hear a loud gurgling down from below. The well is all completely flooded as well, like it's overflown, and you can see portions of it spilling over the cracks of the brickwork. But Elmer does jump up across and land onto the edge. Oops. And he immediately pulls out the chalice and begins attempting something. What the heck? Oh, yeah. I just realized something. Okay.
I'll get to work.
Keep an eye on those.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Let's see here.
He begins by like uncorking it. And he seems to inspect it. That's what it's called. Decanter of endless water. He places the decanter in there, and you see it suddenly pump an incredibly powerful geyser straight down, like he's pushing water into it. And kind of works in a way like a plunger in that regard. Like it's pushing it down and then effectively pulling back out to unclog whatever's down there. But he seems confused at first, as if this isn't working.
It's not clogged. It's something else.
Elmer, what do you think it could be?
He says, I think we're about to find out. And there's suddenly another burst of water. This time he grabs the decanter and he speaks a different command word this time. Aqueous reversus. And you see the tide pull into the endless decanter of water, almost like it's absorbing it, draining upwards into the decanter, like it's reclaiming the water. And instead of it turning into a geyser that would shoot up and send him flying away, it's pulled in. He's having to hold onto it as it's shuddering to drink all of this water.
There's a lot. Hold on, I'm going to try and lower the water level.
And sure enough, over the course of perhaps a few minutes, you start to see the water being pulled up and into the decanter. And gallons and gallons disappear into this tiny vessel that he's holding. It's almost like a bag of holding, but infinitely larger and only for water. And before long, you start to see the mud, the reeds poking through, and even the roots of the trees. And finally, you hear a thud as your canoe hits the bottom of solid earth. Ah, ah. He looks, and you just see Elmer continuing to peer down and into the well.
Elmer, do you need any kind of assistance? Do we need to go down into the well to see what's going on, or if we do, will we be flushed to another well?
Not for another at least 10 minutes.
Does this mean
So,
it is working again?
I'm not convinced. I'm going down.
And you see him immediately on with his spider climbing begin to walk down the side of the well and disappears.
Are the will-o-wisps reacting at all to the loss of the water?
They are. They sort of become a pattern of swirls, like in the same way the water drains down a plug hole. They seem to have been encircling and get closer and closer to the well, to the point where they too are perhaps just hovering at the lip, also peering down. But they have remained quite silent.
Okay.
Do we join Elmer?
Maybe we could
Yeah.
help him out, and it'd be faster.
yeah,
just-
but I don't think we should all go down. Somebody should stay up top just in case.
Maybe
Um,
Tarquin can stay up because he's scared.
I'll stay up here. Yep. Good idea.
But
We
you
can-
shouldn't be by yourself. So, Solomon or Rodolfo, do y'all want to stay? Xaxx and I can go down.
I will
I'm
stay
okay
up here. I don't think I would be of much use, but yeah, I will stay. We will tie a rope to that route over there, and we will try and keep a safety rope for you.
Okay, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. We
Okay.
should all tie ourselves to the rope so we don't get flushed away by accident.
Mm.
As you get closer and you're able to look down, you can see it's about a 30-foot descent to the bottom. Not a problem for Elmer by the looks. He doesn't seem to be in sight at the moment.
Okay.
He's already climbed down.
Yeah,
pretty
we've got
fast.
more than enough rope to do it then.
Yeah. So
All right.
I'll take one rope and tie myself, and then give it to Rodolfo and Tarquin and say, hey, just find something to tie this off at, and then I'll go down.
Can I chuck a quick detect magic down the 30 feet of the well? See what I can see?
Yeah, that's not a problem. You can always do that at will. The well itself, the kind of the brickwork, has this this conjuration aura about it, but down the well doesn't seem to be anything. Seems like it has it fully drained, and the water isn't giving off any magical essence either.
Okay. I don't see anything suspiciously magical. I mean,
Okay.
beyond the magic that exists in this whole place. That doesn't mean anything. There are many things that are dangerous and not magical, but
Rules out one
Just
thing.
at that moment, actually, I'm going to say, can you give me a perception check as well, Rodolfo?
sure.
Yep.
What?
Very nice. You see a flash of transmutation suddenly down right at the bottom, up, like a light down a tunnel. You sort of see the sort of ambient flash of transmutation.
Elmer, is that you? Hello?
You hear and with that perception, you also hear a croaking now. Rabbit, rabbit.
Was he a frog before? Was he a spider
Oh,
before?
he was a spider, an ettercap.
No, but
No, but
before
he was
he might have been
before
a
he turned
bullywug
in.
before that, maybe.
That would make sense for a well engineer.
Someone in this sort of
But
area.
there was some transmutation, a flash of transmutation spell.
Well, I'm going down, so maybe I can
Yeah,
find out.
I think I'm going with Xaxx. So I'm going to tie my rope around my waist and hand it to Rodolfo and Tarquin and Solomon to tie off or whatever
Yeah.
they
Okay.
can do.
We'll try
Yep.
and make them safe here, yeah, on our end.
You can move your token. There you go. If you were to move your token over the well, you will actually drop down and appear below.
Yes.
So Tanwen,
Bottom, I'd
you
like to
just
light
sent.
my torch.
Okay, yeah, you haven't got any vision down here, have you?
I know.
Okay, so it is
So
very
I
dark.
can give you. I can give you. Hold on. Let me give you. I'll do Eyes of Night and give you the dark vision.
okay.
Okay,
Very
even
nice.
better then. So that's what the dark vision.
How come I can't get down again?
Oh, should be able to drag it over again. I'm just checking. Is it 60 dim dark vision?
No, it's like 300, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what it
That's
is.
mine is 300.
But when you cast
Um,
eyes,
I think it just says you share that dark vision with someone else, doesn't it?
I can share this feature with a willing creature within 10 feet of you.
okay,
So it's,
cool.
yeah, so it's 300 feet.
Fantastic. All right, there you go. Tanwen, as soon as Xaxx activates this power, you see in front of you a very wet and slimy interior of the well. There is tiles, large tiles, and up ahead of you is a stone statue of a frog. And just to the feet of it, there is an actual frog that is hopping around left and right. Ribbit, ribbit. It notices you, and it starts to hop away. Not very fast, but it hops away from you.
Elmer,
I'll
is that
go.
you?
I'll go pick it up since I don't see where Elmer is. Maybe I'll go pick it up.
Okay. Yeah, you pick up the frog. It's
Elmer, is
it's
this
like-
you?
You just hear a ribbit, ribbit.
I don't know if that's a yes or no. Tanwen, you're better with animals than I am here. Take maybe Elmer.
Okay.
Melmer.
Elmer, if that's you, can you jump up and down in my hands one time?
It licks its eyeball.
Oh dear. I don't know. I don't know if it can understand us but I will keep a hold of the frog while we look for Elmer.
We probably need to untie ourselves at this point because we're probably
Yeah,
at
you
the end
would.
of the rope.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, here.
Can you untie me while I hold the frog?
Yep. I'll untie you, and I'll untie myself. And I'm
Mhm.
gonna go back to the entrance. Oops. And just stay up if I can say it. And thinking here. There's it's bigger down here than we thought, and we don't know where Elmer is. He may be a frog.
Like a for
Uh,
real frog or a frog creature?
like a regular size small frog. But
Oh,
there's more space down here than just like the bottom of a well, and so it could be useful if more than us were down here, just in case. But also
oh.
we are on a time limit.
Yeah, and I don't think the whole party should be down here because um I don't know if we can get everybody out if the water starts to rise suddenly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Tarquin, why don't I go down since I know you don't like the water?
Yep, I'll stay
And
up
you
here
can.
and guard our boat.
Rodolfo, there's this stone frog that I'd like you to take a look at, the statue, to see if this might be what caused a transformation if I'm holding Elmer.
Well, I'm no expert. I can just cast a spell that let me see. Ooh, oops, and I don't think I have dark vision.
Oh,
Okay, let
come
me change
within
that for you.
if you come within me, then yeah, stay within 10 feet of me, and then you'll have dark vision.
Okay,
Okay.
I
I'll change your
can't see.
vision.
There we go. There's Tanwen. There you are. Right.
Okay. So as you get to the bottom, and you're stepping over these wet, slick tiles, you do see a stone statue of a frog with a ambient transmutation magic over it. And I see you walking around past it. There's a set of stairs that descend, and you can smell a scent
Right.
of rot in the air.
The transportation the magics are the stone. Oh,
Yeah, I think you're going a bit too fast there. Right? Hold
Sorry,
on,
no,
Rodolfo.
I'm just trying to see. I'm not actually.
Um,
He's not
Okay.
actually moving. I'm just trying to get rid of the fog of
Well,
war.
if you can see what you can see, you're moving it into that
can
place.
you drag me onto that map so the people watching can see? Because I
You
have
can drag
no.
us. It's the same map. You just have to go over the well.
Oh. I was just I wasn't going to put Tarquin down there, but
Oh,
sure.
there's the frog statue. Sorry, I just saw it. I was
Yeah.
coming down here looking for it, and I walked right
Okay.
past it. Sorry.
That's what you're looking at.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I'm looking at.
I'm just going to
Mm-hmm.
have Rodolfo selected.
Okay.
Okay, so do I know anything about bullywug culture or frog lore or whatever?
Hmm.
I don't think I do in character, but maybe just from general knowledge.
Yeah, you could roll a history check.
All right, let's try history. Sure. Yeah, that looks about right.
Yeah, bullywugs are traditionally nasty, brutish, and wet, which is normally that typical kind of monster you would encounter out in the swamps. They'd likely attack you like hunters. But what you've heard so far from the bullywugs that exist here in the Feywild, nothing like that. They have their own courtly behavior, and they're much more, well, diplomatic, perhaps. They normally live out in rainy forests and marshes, but now they've made themselves an entire village. It's hard to tell if these bullywugs are even anything like the ones you've known about. So
Mhm.
it's hard to really compare. You have knowledge of them, but you're not sure how well that knowledge holds up in Prismere.
Yeah,
Almost
okay.
like they got their own variant.
But I
well,
wouldn't know what this statue represents. Or
This statue, as you look over it, doesn't actually look particularly like a bullywug. They normally are humanoid creatures. They stand up on 2 feet, and this is a traditional bullywug here.
yeah,
Whereas statues clearly frog-like, like
frog.
the actual animal, and not wearing any clothes either. Bullywugs do dress themselves in crude clothing, but the ones in the
They
Southern
don't
Port,
worship like a creator frog god or whatever.
they're not necessarily that religious. No, I wouldn't say they actually have an amphibian deity that they worship. They're not known for that. No.
Okay.
Again, not sure if that differs with Prismere ones, but traditionally not.
Okay, well, I don't know. There is still transmutation magic on it.
Do you
well, it could be the thing that if it changed Elmer into the frog.
if
I may,
this is Elmer, but we haven't seen or heard him down here. So, do you think if we put Elmer back on the frog, it might reverse the spell? Or
I can't hurt but try.
oh God,
That's a
shoot.
dangerous statement.
Yeah, I know. How about I
Don't touch
lift
it
my
yourself. No.
lift my hands up over the
I'm
frog
I'm I'm gonna
statue
touch
and
the
drop
frog statue.
don't
There we
Zax
go.
and drop
Okay,
the frog onto it.
amazing. Can you give me a wisdom saving throw, Zax?
So it'll tell us what we need to know. Wisdom saving throw.
Yeah. Wow, still pretty damn good. For a moment, you see Zax's eyes pop out of their skull, and you see their tongue inexplicably grow and droop to the floor before you suddenly slurp your tongue back up and your eyes sort of deflate back to their normal size for a brief moment. Uh, you're left sort of shaking your head for a moment, thinking about flies, but you've overcome whatever weird effect that was for a second.
Does that answer any questions?
Zax, you're gonna give me a heart attack. Okay, so I'm gonna drop the frog onto the frog statue. Does anything happen to our little frog?
Sadly not. No. He just rests on top, blinking one eye at a time.
Well, okay. Maybe there's a second frog statue we gotta get to
That would
undo
have
it.
been too easy. Yes.
Yeah. Let's take the Elmer frog
Mm-hmm.
for Elmer, and let's go down the stairs.
Yeah.
All right, Xaxx.
Okay.
I'm going to follow you.
So as you go around, there does seem to be a portion of the tunnel that is completely collapsed. All the stonework is settled into a large mess. But there is a passageway that leads down here, and the stone stairs, you can smell the scent of rot and decay. And sure enough, with your dark vision, you see splintered bones, skulls, ribs, and a creature that is shuffling around here.
Mm-mm.
And he's going, or it's going, from one side of the chamber to the other, and it seems to be ferrying bones as it goes, cracking and bending down. You see it's got some sort of old rusted armor, but as it turns around, it doesn't turn to face you, but you can see on the side of its face, completely stripped of flesh, it is a skeleton in armor.
Well, I'm going to pull out my bow and arrow instantly because I distrust things I don't know.
Do either of you have a torch?
Yes, I do.
Maybe a good time to pull out the torch.
Okay. All right, then I will pull out my torch and light it.
And I'm
It
just
gets
gonna.
very close to you, Xaxx, within a couple of feet, and this time it seems to be ferrying a skull over to one of the nearby corners, and these niches seem to hold tombs by the looks. They're completely waterlogged.
Is it taking the bones and putting them into the tomb, the sarcophagus
That-
or whatever?
That's exactly what it's doing, yeah. You see it's the skull it's just picked up, it kneels and bends down into the tomb and places it somewhere, and then begins to turn, and you see it now face on, completely devoid of life. Nothing but
Let's just
rivulets of water dripping down its skull.
maybe if we ignore it, we just let it do its work. I'm gonna come over here really quickly and see what's going on over this way.
You see there is a portcullis of sorts, big metal bars that separate you from another hallway leading further into the dungeon.
I
This
would
is
like to look at the pile of bones and what is.
just
Can I tell what
don't
happened?
don't get in the skeleton's way. Let it do its work.
Yep. But
That's
can I tell what happened to them? How old they are?
They they look pretty damn old. You would say
Mm,
if you give me like I guess a medicine check to determine just how old they are. But
would
from
you know?
just a glance, you can tell pretty damn old. It's hard to put an age to them because they've been shuffled around and clearly flooded, and this
Mm,
water has got puddles everywhere you step. And yeah,
but
What
not like recently deceased.
no, there's no flesh on them or anything.
Okay.
what do you want to bet that every time this place floods, the bones get scattered about, and our skeleton friend here needs to go and
Poor Sims.
remake
This
his.
seems like a thankless task.
um Sinrith, I don't know what I did, but somehow I'm on top of the well again when I tried to
Oh,
turn my torch on.
oh, goodness me, that's a big torch.
Yeah, I'm not sure
um,
what on earth I did.
oh my. Oh, I think you attacked with the torch and it set everything on fire. But
Oh,
don't worry about that. I can give you if you're telling me that you want to light a torch, then I will simply change your vision to give that. So
okay.
there's not actually something you need to click for that. Although there is actually a module I can do that makes that
And
happen. But
I have no idea
That
how I
module
want.
doesn't work particularly well from experience.
no, I've not used it in a while. So if you want to light a torch, just let me know and I'll change your lighting so that it
I
reflects
would
that.
like to light a torch since we see the
Oh,
skeleton and Xaxx asked me to do so, but I'm on
yep.
top of the well again. I don't
Okay.
know how I got.
What if I I drag you back down again. Does that work?
No, I'm still seeing the well with these squares with orange triangles.
We can say see you down here with us.
Yeah, I can see Tanwen is down here in the room
Huh.
with the skeletons at the moment. Where's your
There I am. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, you might have just. If you want to move around the map, you can always hold down right click, and that will maneuver the position of the camera.
Okay.
Okay.
I just did something when I turned on that torch.
Yeah,
maybe is there a way to get past the portcullis that's like a key or something?
There doesn't appear to be. You don't see any keys lying around. It's clearly very locked though. As you try to move it, the padlock is there. You can see it, stopping the portcullis from opening. But
I'll take out my charred key just to look and see if it matches the padlock at all. Not really with the expectation that it will, but it's the only key I have on me, so might as well.
no, the bars and metal of this look rusted. It doesn't match the. No, it doesn't match the key.
I'm gonna look in the coffins over here, and see if I can spot anything that might help open the portcullis.
Yeah, you can peer inside. You can see portions of bone that are slowly being pieced together, one by one. Like there's an arm and a couple of ribs, and they've been placed in a semi-correct order. But like it's a puzzle taking form, right? It's only parts, and it's as you move back, suddenly you see him, the skeleton, kneel down, bend down again, and places another rib.
Does anybody see anything else that could help us? I'm gonna try just lifting the portcullis. Can I just lift it or no? It's too heavy.
It doesn't seem to budge. Nope.
Yeah. Okay.
Is there anything on the skeleton itself? Is it wearing anything?
The skeleton, that
Yeah.
you'd have to give me a perception check.
Oh,
The
can I
one
try
that's
that as
moving
well?
around. Yeah, anyone can if you want to look at the actual skeleton.
Nope, I can't see anything.
You can not see something, Xaxx, but you can hear a rattling, and it sounds like a set of keys. And whereas Tanwen, you probably not only hear it, but also do spot it just under the cuirass of this skeleton. He is carrying a set of keys. Yes.
The skeleton's carrying keys. They're just under the what?
Cuirass. It's like a breastplate, yeah, or armor.
Okay, they're just under the breastplate. But he's got keys, so maybe one of us can try to steal them off of him?
Maybe if we help him in his task, he will give them to us. I don't see.
Rodolfo, you are ever the diplomat.
Not really. He doesn't seem like a hostile creature. I do not wish to.
He's not hostile yet, but if we if we let him continue to build skeletons, maybe we're facing a whole bunch of skeletons. And if we don't get the key, maybe he gets mad and then we're facing skeletons still.
That is a fair point, to be honest. I mean, I guess they're already dead.
Who's the slightly handiest of us? Maybe that person should be doing this.
I have a +2 dex. And
I mean, if you wanted to call Tarquin down, it's Tarquin.
Yeah, but Tarquin's not going to come down because
I think we're getting close to a situation where we may need some help here.
I've
I'm gonna run back.
+5 dex, so I'm willing to give it a try.
Okay.
So
Should
I would like to sneak up to him very quietly.
Tarquin and Solomon, you may want to come down and take a look at this. For real though.
Tarquin will go. Well, you've not drowned yet, so I assume it's dry down there. So I guess I'll come down, but
it's reasonably dry. there are skeletons building other skeletons,
Oh, well,
so we
that-
may need help.
Well, that sounds fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you too, Mr. Crunch. Yes, Wolf, you gotta come down too.
If you
I
want,
would
you
like
can
to
also
try
come
to
down.
steal the keys.
Yep. So you're saying, Tarquin, you're on your way down, and Tanwen, as you spot the skeleton, they've leant over the side of this sarcophagus, and they're clearly inside, rearranging the bones so that they resemble a skeleton. And
Okay.
as they're leaning, you can spot the keys just poking out of the bottom of the cuirass. If you wanted to go for it, give me a sleight of hand check.
Come on.
Nice.
That's good. That's good. That's good.
Good.
Very carefully, you pick up the keys and you clench them together so that they don't rattle, and you lift them lightly off of what looks to be maybe a hook and pull them out underneath and away from the skeleton. If you had skin or flesh there, your knuckles would be rubbing up against it as you move. Thankfully, it's just like this hollowed out husk, so you're able to kind of reach up and into the rib cage and feel around for them, and you get them. They were literally hanging on a rib, and as you pull them off, clenching them together, not rattling, you back away slowly, nearly stepping on a frog as you realize that it
Mhm.
was behind you, but you also avoid that, and you avoid stepping on any cracked bones to alert it. That 21 was fantastic. You passed everything, basically. And it's at that point the skeleton suddenly leans back up, turns around, walks towards you, Tanwen, stands and faces you for a moment.
May I help you?
It cracks its head to the side and looks
Oh,
past you.
oh, then I'm
Well,
sorry.
you're
Let
in
me
you're in
get
its
out of your
way.
way.
You're
I'm
in
in
its
its
way.
way. Yeah. Actually, I'm going to go back this way towards Tarquin.
Mhm.
It leans down and picks up another rib
Hmm.
and
Okay.
heads
Okay,
back to
now
completeness.
we got to find out where the keys go
Yes.
to.
All right.
Hmm.
So, all right. So I'm going to come over here and start trying to fit the different keys into the lock.
Yep, a lot of these have been so rusted, but there does remain one that seems to fit the lock, and inserting it does seem to work. You unlocking it?
Yeah, definitely. I'm
Okay,
unlocking it. I'm sorry. I
all
was
right.
just waiting. I apologize.
No, that's fine. It fits. You twist the key, and it makes a horrible kind of like screech noise from the metal. The tumblers are clearly so rusted, but it does work.
Okay. Um. All right. And it looks like it's open. Is Xaxx, Rodolfo, or Tarquin? Is that skeleton paying attention to us?
Not really. He's just doing his own
Doesn't seem to
thing.
be. I'm standing in
Okay.
front of you, blocking its view.
Okay.
Hmm.
Perfect. Thanks, Rodolfo. Okay. All right.
Let's
So,
head down, I guess.
well, do
Actually,
we, Xaxx, is there any way you can make with the tray a tiny flask of oil so that we can oil this lock and the hinges?
Uh, ooh, is that possible? Can I make a pie made of oil? Uh,
You
Oily
could
pie.
make a butter pie.
I will make a pie. Okay, okay. We just keep in mind. I can if I run out of uses, it's just a tray. Then
Okay. How many uses do you have a day?
I have 6 left.
Okay. What I'm thinking is bread with that dipping oil. I don't know if you've ever had it, but it's round crusty bread, and you dip it in oil with herbs in it. Just if you can make the oil.
All right, I got that. I got that. Okay, so I'm going to make a. Okay, I'll pull out the tray, and I'll put my hand on the lid, and I will make a pie that is the base of the pie and the lattice on top of the pie is like a fine like a pita bread or something, and the filling is just like oil,
Okay.
just like cooking oil.
Right.
Yeah.
Like
And what
vegetable
I like
oil.
to do is oil the hinges and the lock.
Yeah, and it's also tasty.
Yeah. So it'll make a good
Okay.
snack. So once we oil the hinges and the lock, then yes, have a wonderful snack.
Okay, down to
Okay.
5, down to 5. But again, I only get a usage back if I roll a 19 or a 20. Remember,
Okay. All right. I
so it's
promise my
not
best.
it's not guaranteed that it comes back.
Hmm.
But yeah, we have an oil pie.
All right. Perfect. It is so oily. It's still dripping through the sponge. Yeah, you can do whatever you want with your oily pie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to oil the hinges and the lock
Yeah,
just
that
so that
works.
we don't make a giant screech to let whatever's on the other side know we're coming through.
Gotcha.
That's
That's quite
that's all.
creative. All right. Yep.
I'm gonna eat some of it to see just how good it tastes.
Oh, it's greasy. It's like, yeah, you can feel it sinking into the pores of your tongue.
Oh yeah.
Hang on just a second. Do y'all not get this big, giant, fluffy rounds of bread with dipping oil at your Italian restaurants?
What's Italian?
I mean,
Uh,
even as someone who has been to Italy, I don't even remember that in Italy.
No,
It's a thing.
you get like nice bread with olive oil. Yeah.
right.
Yeah, nice bread.
remember.
The olive oil comes in a little container, and you pour it onto a plate, and then you dip the bread into the oil.
I don't remember
Right.
that.
And sometimes you get herbs that you can mix in with it, or it comes with a lot of herbs in it.
Yep.
Okay.
But my thing only makes pies, so I have to make it into a pie.
Let's
Okay.
just
So
let's turn the
let's go
key
through.
and
Yep.
we gotta go. Yep. Yep.
Okay. You can click the door. It should open. Oh, maybe not. There you go. All right. So you end up opening this very greased up door, and it doesn't make much of a sound. And
Okay,
you're
can
able to
we
step into the
can we go?
slick, puddled, tiled hallway, and again another set of stairs leads down. You can see the trickling and dripping of water down the steps. You wouldn't want to run
I
down
will
here.
close the door behind us. Just
Mr.
very yeah.
Tarquin will take the frog with us, unless it's following more of
Uh,
a sentry will.
Yeah, it was following along. In fact, actually, you see it hop between the bars and follows you.
Mr. Crunchy did attempt to lick it.
Oh, I see something ahead. Okay.
In case it's a prince or princess in disguise.
You may have seen something ahead. In fact, with your dark vision, you definitely saw a lumbering figure thump
Guys,
thump its way past.
there's a friend up here. Oh, why are you licking the frog, dog?
Whatever that creature was, it was large, round. It seemed to have like these growths or something on it. Like its texture was kind of bobbly, like that of like a large toad or something.
Everybody, just be aware. There's a large toad up above in that area here.
Ow.
Okay.
Oh
I mean,
no.
weird, but not unexpected.
Yeah, there's something down here. I'm just gonna keep keeping my
Maybe
distance.
maybe
I think I
it's
know what
Elmer.
that is.
Is it friendly? I hope.
Out of
Oh, I'm gonna go
character,
over.
is that what I think it is? Because that could be an interesting.
Okay, I'm gonna slap a pause down right here. As Xaxx, you see, this is all underwater here. If you're here, you're treading water. It gets incredibly deep, sharply, and yes,
Oh, sorry.
through the water, you can see there is a chest. It's floating, but it seems to be held down under the water by a chain that's attached to the base. The murky water you can't see to the bottom, but yeah, it suddenly got very, very deep, and you can be on the edge. That's not a problem. Like as soon as you come there, you can tell it's like a slope. You would simply slide down.
Okay. I'll go in the water, and I want to inspect the chain to see if there's a way to release it. I won't
Okay.
touch it. I won't touch it yet, but I'm gonna just inspect it to see if there's a latch or a handle or something.
All right
Wait,
then.
Xaxx, where are you? Are you in the chamber with us? Oh, there
I'm
you
around.
are. Okay,
I'm around
I
the
see
corner.
it. Yeah, I see it.
Uh-huh. As for the others who are getting dangerously close to the creature that went to the right, it went up a set of stairs and into a smaller hovel. And there, you probably just see the back of it, which is completely covered in these bulbous warts. You see a string wrapped around its like a bandolier, and on it, you see strung on it tons of dead frogs, just all hanging from the rope. And this creature, as it suddenly turns around and faces you, probably Tanwen and Solomon, its face is completely covered in these warts as well. It has these crocodile-like teeth that seem to poke up and over its mouth.
Do we
Two
see?
little nostrils as well that seem to be opening and closing as if sniffing the air. And it takes a step closer, and another one, and it enters into the chamber, and you can see its face. There's no eyes. Where its eyes should be, there's just an uncountable amount of warts growing over it.
Doesn't appear
Fine.
slimy in any
I'm-
way.
I'll come.
Um,
I'll come back up to the water after looking at the chain.
Well, did you see anything in
I'm
the
gonna.
water?
So
Don't know.
I'm gonna say it's quite murky, but you can give me an investigation check. While that's going on, this creature gets closer again, thumping its footprints,
okay.
and then suddenly it treads water, and there's this large splash. And as that splash goes off, you hear the frog with you go, ribbit. And it's at that sound, that small little rivet, when suddenly this creature licks its lips and begins salivating and then charges straight forward. I'm going to need everyone to roll initiative.
Okay.
Oh no.
And when you, oh sorry, Rodolfo, you have advantage.
Advantage on initiative? Okay.
Yeah, second net 20 for the day, Tanwen.
Oops. Okay, and Rodolfo just needs to roll.
Yeah, I'm just trying to.
It's blind, guys, and it can't see. It just goes by the sound of the frogs.
Okay.
Wow.
Ribbit.
Ooh, there we go.
Okay. Tammin, you are up first. As you see its sudden appetite grow to an uncontrollable length, it rushes forward, mouth open, tongue drooping out towards the sound of that frog. What do you do?
All right, everybody. Do I shoot or hold? Does anybody know what this thing is?
Nope.
It's
but it
coming
looks-
for the frog.
I think we need to shoot it. I don't think we have any options here.
All right.
Shoot it, but maybe not try to kill. I kind of want to check out the room behind it whilst you've got it distracted, if you can.
Tarquin, if you pull a weapon, you should be prepared to use it in a lethal manner.
No, I'm saying like shoot, but maybe not go for an instant kill shot.
I
Also, apparently you hit the wall.
no, I was trying to. Okay, why
That's okay.
target?
I'll undo that.
Control.
It's
Control.
alt
Okay.
click.
There we go.
Oh yeah. Also, you've got the will-o'-wisps targeted as well. I'm just gonna
Okay, I don't know now.
I will do this. Hold on. There we go. That's better. Okay,
All right.
you have got now the right target selected.
You've still
I
got the
do?
wolf selected by the looks of it.
Oh yeah, you want to untarget Crunchy, Mr. Crunchy.
All right.
So you can just double right click it, or you can alt click, whichever's
All
easiest for you. Double right click or alt left click.
It's not letting me let go. And I'm doing an alt left click and I did a double right click.
Okay, we'll get rid of him. Die, Mr.
Okay.
Crunchy. Okay, there we go. What did you roll?
Oh, I rolled
good, Tanwen.
bad.
15's not
15
terrible.
though. This thing doesn't seem to move out of the way of an arrow flying through the air towards it, however, and it hits, despite its a low-ish roll. So it's going to take 4. How much damage do you do? 4. Cool. All right. Yep. Sinks into its flesh, but it's like a tiny toothpick in the size of this enormous creature. And anything else?
No, I'm gonna try to scoop up the frog and so that everybody else has a chance to do something
Okay.
while I am I'm gonna run away a little bit.
Okay, go ahead and move.
Because Tarquin wants to wanted to do something behind me.
Rodolfo, it's your turn.
Okay. I am casting Witch Bolt. But as I do, the charred key is resting against my chest, so I'm technically touching it.
Yeah.
So the effect takes place. And
Yeah.
so
You see this static shock come from the key, flows through your body, and then
I get a little
empowers the witch bolt.
yeah, I get a little static shock from it.
Ooh.
Oh, it misses.
Yeah.
Damn it. Does it still have to
Damn.
make a Constitution check?
It's when you deal lightning damage, so
Damn it.
you have to hit it in order for it to activate.
Damn
But
it, that was a waste.
yeah, that was such a roll. Well,
That was a terrible
yeah,
roll.
it is unfortunate. It's not even that like dodgy either. It's just a large lumbering form, and you probably just get a little caught off guard. And there's loads of water and metal objects in here, and the witch bolt probably, instead of hitting it, gets kind of bent in the air towards the large faucet that stands in the middle of this chamber, and just electrocutes the metal. You see it slowly disperse through the water. Okay.
Yipes.
Anything else?
I'm going to hide behind this corner here where
Yep.
where Xaxx is.
Okay. You can kind of tuck yourself around the corner. Mr. Crunchy. Or Solomon. It's your turn.
Mr. Crunchy is let's see. Oh, can't move apparently. The key Xaxx does not exist in embedded collection. I can't
Okay.
move for some reason.
Well, let's let you do you and Solomon this time, probably. Because you should be just polymorph rather than using a stat block of a wolf. When you want to do this, just click wild shape on your sheet, then change to wolf, and then click wild shape, and that'll switch you over. That's better. This is what you want to be. And then I'll roll you onto initiative. What were you on? It was like
20.15.
okay. Was that your first roll as well? Your first initiative?
Yeah, my first initiative was 20.
Okay. Alright, now you should be good.
I'll just go for the bite.
So are you trying to jump on his back and push the amulet up against him to talk to him? Is that what you're trying to do? I'm sorry, I lost track for a moment.
Oh, he's
No,
going for a bite by the sounds.
I lost control of my character.
Yeah.
Okay.
And those
Man, you
lost
guys are
control
rolling
of my
bad.
bite.
Not good enough. You bite into it, no problem. But its hide is so tough and rubbery that your jaw doesn't seem to bite onto anything. It's just like all this kind of rubbery flesh. You just stretch it rather than pierce it. Okay. And it's its go. Doesn't even perhaps notice you on its back trying to bite, and just charges straight forward. And it crashes into the wall where Tanwen is, trying to slam its fists against that croaking noise. Rabbit. And I'm afraid Tanwen You're in that
Ah,
direction. Oh, okay. Its fist slams up against the wall next to you, just next to your head, and then that sends a shoot of fear through the frog's mouth. She's like, "Ribbit, ribbit!" panicking. Yeah, you do get a reaction, and it seems you're just you're just not doing anything to slow this thing down. After that, its second fist comes down directly on top of the frog. You're holding onto it, so Tanwen just might be in the way of it. No, you're good. Okay. It leaves this kind of
Ranger reflexes.
yeah. It is quite slow, but the size of the fist is the problem. And as they slam up against the wall, they leave this kind of wet smear up against it. Maybe like some of the warts kind of popped in the impact. Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nasty. But that's its go. Tarquin.
Okay, so quick question. Does this creature appear to be very like slimy and like
Yes.
hmm,
Like it's like a frog, but even worse. It's
hmm.
also on a sort of humanoid-like stature, standing upright on 2 feet, but it's so big, its knuckles sort of support its upper weight,
Just because I want
and
to
it's also got a staff in one hand as well.
just because I
It's got a
want
massive
to see
club.
what happens. Do I have a range of this? Basically, Tarquin wants to get in close and sprinkle the dust of dryness onto it.
Oh,
Ooh.
I want to see
Okay,
if I can
that's
dry it up and shrivel it up, sort of thing. Because it might have
like
some
salt on a slug.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Tarquin, that was
Yeah.
brilliant.
That is actually quite inventive, creative use of the dust. So it hasn't been paying attention to the arrow or the fighting wolf, but as soon as you put this stuff on it, it lets out this gargled roar, and it seems to definitely just have discomfort with this. Its flesh dries and cracks immediately.
Don't know if that
We'll
has
see.
any effect.
We'll see what effect that has. Yeah, it'll definitely affect it.
And then I will use my bonus action to rabbit hop away to not provoke an attack opportunity from it. I hop
Okay.
over to here. And then with the rest of my movement, I think I've used like 20. So 10 foot with the rabbit leap. Then, so I have more 10 feet for this movement. Essentially, I'm going.
The frog just ribbits in your hands, Tanwen.
I'm going up into its lair to see if I can see anything up there.
Yeah, there's a little den that seems to be just laid out, some sort of wet skin of some deceased creature. There just seems to be a box, some sort of material inside. Maybe there's a smell of like rot, like foodstuffs in there, like rotten food. But it's like mushy. It's I can't tell what it is. It's just kind of all turned to mush. Anyway, that frog just ribbits in fear and it tries to get away from you, Tanwen. But if you want, you can hold on to it, or do you want to let it go? It's up to you.
See, I'm worried that this is Elwyn. Our
There's no sign
editor
of him.
cap. That's the problem.
I think the frog you have is Elma, but that's just my opinion.
So, I think I'm gonna hang on to it because I still think that we've got Elwyn changed, or what was his name?
Elma.
Elma.
Yeah. If you want to then give me a athletics check, because it's gonna attempt to break a grapple. You've got to beat a 16. Yep, it's slippery. it's fearing for its own life clearly, and slips out of your grasp as you're dodging these massive fists, and it splashes into the water and begins very quickly swimming away, kicking its legs out. As soon as it splops into the water, though, this massive hulking creature turns its attention, and well, we'll see what happens. Xaxx, you're up.
Okay, so we're still definitely fighting this thing. Alright, well, I'm gonna... what am I gonna do?
I mean, it definitely doesn't seem to be actively attacking us unless we're frogs. So if you want to try and get whatever's in the chest, I wouldn't object to that.
I am first going to look at the bogwort, I guess it's called, and I'm gonna hold the moonstone, and I'm gonna say, I really hope you have some bad luck, okay? And I'm gonna cast Bane on him.
Okay.
So
Charisma
you need to
save.
make a charisma save.
Okay.
Uh,
If you target the
oh yeah,
bogwort,
I gotta target him.
I want to see if it. Because I think I can get Bane automated as well. I'm not sure if it's the right one I've got on the sheet though.
I've
Which check.
done that before, Bane.
Okay,
Oh, I
I'll
don't
reject
have
it.
I don't have Bane prepared. It doesn't
Oh.
look like I have. So instead, I will cast Bless on within 30 feet. So on myself, on Rodolfo, and on Tanwen.
Okay. That works. Alright, that's your action.
What does Bless do?
Advantage on attack rolls and saving throws. Or sorry, plus
D4.
D4.
That's the one.
Plus 1d4 on attack rolls and saving throws. And then I'm gonna use my movement to go under the water and trying to tackle this chain. And
Okay.
get the
Let me have a look here. So the metal has corroded over time by looking at it. It doesn't have any lock or anything on it, but with it being corroded, you reckon you could probably pull or break the chain, but you'd need to make an action to do that.
Okay, so that's. I guess I'm just gonna wait until and then do that on my next turn.
Okay. All right. It's coming back to you.
All right. Xaxx, I saw you diving in. What are you after?
I'm under the water and I cannot hear her.
Shoot.
That's true.
There's some sort of there's some sort of box under there. I can't quite see it, but he's trying for something.
Well, remember I've got all the keys that were upstairs. If there's a lock, it may be one of the keys I have.
That's a good point.
And I absolutely love Tarquin's idea. I'm going to steal it and throw a handful of dust on the wart monster.
The bogwort,
Slime
yeah.
monster.
Oh
Okay.
god. Extra dry.
You want to do double dosing? All right.
And
Okay.
then I'm gonna run over here so that I can be here if Xaxx needs the keys, and that should be 30 feet. Yeah.
Okay. So you see again more of the moisture on its skin and all around it as well. That's the puddle it's standing in. Just immediately absorbs into a marble-sized pellet that just drops to the floor. And yeah, let's have a look. It doesn't appear to be an elemental creature. Like it's not taking necrotic damage, but it is clearly discomforting for it as it kind of kills over, and all the flesh again dries and cracks.
Okay.
Okay, it's gonna take a swing as you leave its range.
Okay. Oops, sorry.
But
Do I need to put
I'm
myself
gonna.
back? I
No,
apologize.
that's fine. It won't do. It won't
Okay.
change your movement unless it knocks you unconscious. But I will say though, because it's got this kind of horrible effect over it, it's gonna roll wildly and flail with its fist towards you. It's got disadvantage. Yep. It just cracks into the stonework again. So you're able to duck underneath and keep moving. Anyway, that's your go, I guess?
Yeah, that's my go. And buy Xaxx with the keys from upstairs in case they're needed.
Sure. You look over the chest. The chain is closing and keeping the lid shut. So you still need to get rid of the chain, and there's no lock on the chain. You would need to just break it. So that's what you need to do. Rodolfo, it's your go.
Okay. I'm gonna try and Eldritch Blast it, and hopefully it will hit this time.
Yep.
Yay!
That is a hit. Yep. Oof. Pop one of these warts that kind of burst in a pussy mess into the ground.
Ugh. He turns his face away in disgust, and retreats again back into the corner. You go.
Okay.
Okay, that's good luck.
Okay. Nox, you rush up after. You haven't got anyone to give you pack tactics this time, sadly.
Where's Tarquin?
He's gone behind you.
Oh.
What's with your... Oh, you haven't got any, have you?
Got what?
Have you not got good vision in that form?
I don't know.
What can you see?
Them lot glowing.
Yeah, so you can only... The only thing you've got is the torchlight. Okay, cool, rough.
Yeah.
Very dark down here, it seems. You guys are not rolling too hot.
I mean, why would anything change after 4 weeks?
I know, right? Again, continue to sort of stretch and pull on its hide. It's doing nothing for some reason. It's completely ignoring you as well. Alright. Creature begins to wade through the water. You can make another attack of opportunity.
Sure, why not? Maybe I'll actually hit. Hey!
There you go.
It succeeds.
It does, yeah. You ain't pushing this thing down by any stretch. But as it's moving away, you keep hold of the grip on its flesh, and you finally tear a bit off of it. And as you do that, I'm afraid, because you've hit it in melee, I need you to roll a Constitution save.
Oh.
Yeah. You've basically bit onto one of these pussy warts, and it pops in your mouth.
Oh.
It is... Your mouth fills with a disgusting, putrid taste.
Oh god,
Makes
this
you,
is the
like,
worst
hack
thing
up
you've ever
immediately.
done. Ugh.
You're not poisoned, but I will say you just had your mouth filled with that stuff. And it is not nice.
Did it do anything, or...?
Yeah, it has.
I am poisoned.
It's not poisoned. It's not poison. Something else, which will come to fruition later. All you know is that you probably bit into something you should know. But anyway, you're not poisoned condition-wise. I'll just tell you that. In any case, it continues to move on. Can't really detect the riveting noise anymore because it's underwater. So, but it can sense movement in the water. Now, let's see. Let's go for a random roll. 1 is Xaxx, 2 is the frog. Yep, typical. Xaxx, you see it begins to submerge, and with one heavy swing, it swooshes through the water, but its flesh is still sort of parched and cracked slightly. So again, I'm going to give this disadvantage still. Excuse me. Yeah. It was desperate to get into the water. That seems to have given it some relief, but it's having no luck hitting you, or if it does, it just sort of bouncing off your armor, right? So that's its go. Tarquin.
Alright, Tarquin's gonna have a quick look inside the box.
Yeah, you find a mushy assortment of what looks to be food stuff, but it does stink like all hell.
Okay, then he's gonna
It's like a paste. You know, like mushy bread as well. It's like that.
I'm bonus action step of the wind because I have an idea. I want to try.
I'll tell you what. One last thing. There does seem to be like a little nameplate on it, which is it does say Bogwart. 2 words, Bogwart. Same how the other lunchboxes for those children had a nameplate on it. It's like that in the same kind of writing.
Okay, that's interesting. So Tarquin stepping of the wind over here is his bonus action. Is then going to take a deep breath, and he is going to ribbit as loud as he can.
Oh, okay. Give me your best impression, and then roll a deception check.
Ribbit. I'm not very good myself. Deception, you say? Would it
Yeah,
not
yeah.
be performance?
Yeah, I'll allow performance. Yay, that's good. All right. The Bogwart immediately surfaces to the water, and its head turns.
Tarquin
Snarls
will move
with.
away from where he was standing, and that's his turn.
Okay.
He's trying to lead it away from the group.
Ribbit. All right. That is your turn, Xaxx. You're up.
I guess I'm gonna use my action to try to break the chain.
Yeah, you can do it. It's either an attack with your mace, or you can just make a strength check to literally pull the chains.
I do not have a mace.
No, I thought
I have a dagger.
Oh, okay then. Well,
Would the dagger work?
Kind of.
Didn't
You'd
you
need
get
more.
one
like
of the
bludgeoning.
axes from Lyndon?
I didn't take one,
Yeah,
so I gotta use
I
what I
can.
have.
Well,
No,
yeah.
I gotta use what I have. I can't take a. I'll try to use the dagger.
I can give you an axe next turn, but yeah.
Okay, give me a strength check. It's going to be basically the same as using a dagger weapon, but because you got a -1.
If I do an attack roll, then I get a plus 1d4.
Yeah, I know that's damage wise, but the check is mainly based on just if you can make the strength check. So we're just going to go with strength check. Basically, a bludgeoning weapon like a mace might have helped give you advantage, but in any case, let's just have a strength check and we'll see what you get. It is heavily corroded, by the way, so it might not mean a massive. Okay, it doesn't look like it's going to require a massive feat of strength, but you do lack the just the basic strength to even break it. You need someone with a bit of a harder
All right.
strength
I
check.
will
Just
I will
set
resurface then.
Okay. You okay there, Tarquin?
Yeah, my performance should have been at this due to exhaustion, so I've just re-rolled it, but I still got a 15.
Ah, yes. You are. Okay.
Trying to see what I can do with the bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm gonna harness divine power and regain a spell slot with my bonus action,
That works.
and then I will move off to the side this way as much as I can if I can get that far.
Yep. And that is your go. Tanwen, back to you.
All right, I'm gonna try to do what Xaxx was doing. Only I'm gonna use my axe to see if I can slide it under the chain and then lever to break it. So, do you want a strength check?
Yeah, you can give me a strength check. That's actually enough. No, that's good. Yep. Corroded as it is, you find it to be an easy snap as the chain just breaks away. The chest bobs to the top of the water, and you're able to retrieve that if you want.
Yes, I'd like to retrieve it and drag it over, I guess towards Rodolfo, since Rodolfo's the closest.
Sure. All right, you got it.
Okay.
Good work, Rodolfo. Okay.
Okay. Seeing these two have got this covered, I'm going to move further away from the thingy, from the wart monster.
It seems like his attention is focused down the hallway at the moment.
Yeah, And it's with that confidence, knowing that he's looking the other way, that I'm gonna Eldritch Blast him in the back.
Let's see if it's a wise move. Okay, go ahead. Roll.
Oh, miss.
I did
Oh.
auto apply the
Ooh.
D4. Cool. Well, I did
And
that behind
that's
the
cool.
scenes.
That's nice. Yeah, that was a terrible attacks.
It
How do
was
I-
sadly.
yeah, sorry.
Okay. And maybe for the best, we'll see. What does Nox want to do? Because it doesn't seem to turn around as it hasn't been hurt, right? So it just continues to look down the corridor. Meanwhile, Nox is now trying to intercept the path of it.
Mm,
Yeah.
what's going on? I'll sort of like go around. to one
Okay.
side. Yeah. I think that's as
Uh-huh.
far as I can go, actually. I should have taken a better path, but Xaxx is within range of it, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, tactics. Finally. Okay, don't roll twice. I'm gonna hold shift.
Very
Are you clicking
nice.
Are you clicking it from the character sheet?
Yeah, and I'm holding shift, but it's not doing anything.
I don't know why. Okay. Well, you do get a good deep bite into the creature. So it's 8 damage. I'm going to undo the first one. There we go. And yeah, did pass the string save. It is not toppling down. This thing is way too large.
Yeah, I
But-
don't think that's the intention, really. More just let's.
I'm not going to make you roll another con save because you are already under the effects of whatever that cussy shit is. Instead, I'm just going to roll a d2 to see which direction it wants to go now. Because it got hurt, but it is also attracted by the sound of the frog. So, 1, it stays and tries to crush the wolf, and 2, it heads towards that frog sound. Yep, it doesn't bother turning around for you. It rushes through the water up onto the surface. I guess Xaxx and Nox will both get attacks of opportunity if you wanted to take them.
I will.
What's my
Okay.
bonus? My bonus is +4. I'm just rolling 2d20 +4.
Well, yes, this one you wouldn't have pack tactics for.
Xaxx was within range when it moved, right?
No, Xaxx will get an attack of
You
opportunity
hit
here,
me!
right?
Yeah,
Oops.
you'd only get it one. Zax would get it when it moves out of his threat range. You'd get it when you move out. It moves out of your threat range.
This is when your attack goes off.
And for some
Okay,
reason, Zax
so-
was targeting Tanwen.
Yeah, that was a mistake. I've already healed you back up, don't worry. And instead, this can take 6 points of damage because you did hit it with that. So you slice across its back. And let me just check something. No, you're good actually. Alright. It's only physical touch, it seems. It's really bad. Anyway, it charges past despite the attacks slicing up its back. And it's going to make a dash action. Just rush all that way.
Mm-hmm.
And end its turn. Searching around, like splashing in the water, trying to smell the air. Growling, snarling for that frog to show itself. Tarquin, you'll go.
Alright, let's play a game. So. It doesn't know where I am. I'm not in a threatened space. As far as I'm aware. So let's move over here.
You say that.
I mean,
It's as you get to about here,
yeah, it's got reach.
when
That's
you
what
do
it was.
suddenly, you do hear it. Your footsteps go across the little puddle there, and I'm going to say that it suddenly swings around, and it tries to actually knock you out with the club. It's going to be disadvantaged, I should say, but
It
that's
misses
this anyway. Oh, you hear the displaced air above your head, like whoosh,
Yeah.
and then a crack as it
I
slams
like
into
to
the wall.
think that Tarquin actually leapt on top of the club and then hopped off to dodge it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that'd be
just
cool.
like- and then he... Is it my action to do like the riveting to lure it, or...
I'm going to say it is.
Okay.
Yeah,
In which case...
because you have to really sell it.
In which case...
But it was a good use of your action. I mean, it wasted the time rushing all the way over here.
Yeah, there we go. I'm sure that's okay. Okay, and then it swung at me, so it probably thinks that it's gone this way. So I'm, rather than attacking it directly, I'm gonna throw a dagger against the wall over here. Basically, just to try to make it think that something's gone that way.
Okay.
So essentially, I'm just trying to lure it away from us for the time
Yeah.
being, whilst we check things out with the.
Okay. You can give me a deception check, but add your dex to this deception check instead.
Okay, so we'll still be at disadvantage. So it's control for disadvantage, isn't it?
Yeah.
And damn for disadvantage. But then again, I would have had to need advantage, but still. Save.
Okay. So 10.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let's do this. It seems as though its head does turn around towards the noise. Definitely seems unsure of itself, scratching its broken warts probably. We'll see how it gets on its turn. Froggy over here is swimming around, just enjoying a nice little bath. That's it. Xaxx.
All right. How far away is he from me?
He is 60 foot. Rough.
60
Yeah,
foot.
roughly. Actually, 55 because he takes up 2 squares here.
Perfect.
Xaxx, since he's running away and we don't know how much time we have, can you come help me open this chest?
Well, maybe we can. I think we want to deal with the chest after. Maybe this guy's gonna be a problem.
Tarquin sort of looks and shakes his head for the time being as he points towards the thing.
Yeah, I am going to do my best. Robert.
You get a 2 on as well. Okay. Give me a performance check. That's really good. Yeah, it turns around.
As a bonus action, and then I'll move a little bit over.
Oh yeah, it's coming for you.
And good thing is coming for me, because I'm going to toll the dead on him.
It's going to take your action to make it sound like you're a frog, though, I'm going to say.
Then I'd rather toll the dead than...
Okay.
Toll the dead and make it sound like a frog.
Yeah.
Toll the frog.
I would rather toll the dead than do
Go
that.
ahead. Go on then.
Trying to do it, suppose. Toll the dead. There we go.
Alright.
No damage.
Oh, wait, no, it succeeded. Damn. Okay. Oh.
I'm
alright.
going to make the point that as he technically didn't do the performance check, would it not be that original wisdom check he did rather than the second wisdom save? I'll try to argue the point.
No, I'm just going to move on. Tanwen.
I'm going to inspect the chest. Is there a lock on the chest that looks like it would take one of the keys I have from above?
There's potential, yeah. You could fiddle around and look through the keys you've got.
Okay.
Trying 1 or 2 at a time. Yeah. Just, if you're doing this, I'll say this is your item interaction. It won't do much action economy. So, yeah. Placing one of the keys in the lock. This one, the first one doesn't work, the second one works, and you managed to turn it. It's so waterlogged though, this chest. You could probably crumble it open, force open. The wood's so rotted, but in any case, you do get the chest open, and inside there seems to be something that's rolled up in like a soggy cloth. But yeah.
Okay, and then I'm going to call out to Rodolfo. Rodolfo, there is something inside the chest. It looks like it's rolled up in a cloth or something, and there's so much water in here. Can you come cast detect magic before I stick my hand down and see what this is?
Sure, but are we sure the monster does not need help being taken care of? I mean, what am I saying? Of course, I will rather help you with this inanimate object.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to make sure before anybody sticks their hands in here that we're not going to be turned into a frog.
Yes, of course. This is the right thing to do.
Okay,
Yeah.
then that's my action. Is I am looking at the rolled up thing and contemplating whether or not I can use my quarterstaff to kind of scoop it out.
Okay. All right, Rodolfo, it's your go. You can still hear the crashing behemoth splashing around.
I am going to use Mage Hand to reach into the chest and
Okay.
see if I can grab whatever it is.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
All right. Yep. You're technically still casting. I know because Witch Bolt concentration.
No, witch bolt. Yeah, undid the detect magic, so that's gone.
Okay. So you're just lifting it up and
So
out.
I'm just lifting it up. Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's okay. All right. Oof. It does come out of the chest. It's sort of a little bit stuck to the bottom, but you peel it away from there, nonetheless. Ooh.
Okay. Am I able to tell what it is, or does that have to wait for next turn to do an investigation?
Yeah, you could pull it out and unwrap it if you really wanted to.
Yeah,
The main
yeah,
hand.
yeah. Why not?
Okay, sure.
Oh,
This will be your.
that's terrible.
No, you don't have to roll for it.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just pulling away the cloth and unveiling it.
Mhm.
So, there's this sudden sort of shadow that spreads out as you're unwrapping it, and it only gets more dark the further out you unveil this soggy cloth. It keeps on unveiling and unveiling, and it just gets more and more shadowy, and to the point where you've kind of unwrapped a shadow. That's what you can assume. Maybe it did require an investigation check because you're looking at like a hole
Yeah, I don't know what I'm
where
looking
you've
at.
unveiled the cloth. It's just dark.
Tanwen, do you see anything? I can't make out what this
I
is.
have no idea what this is. It's something magical, but is
Maybe
it
we need to take it.
expanding?
I don't. It seems to be just keep going.
Xaxx does know what it is out of game. Yep. You just keep opening it, and to the point where it's filled with roughly, a 5-foot hole on the floor now. You've only unveiled it like halfway through.
And it just looks like a shadow.
Yep. Just like you're looking
And
into a shadowy hole.
is there anything else in the box?
No, it's completely empty. Aside from that weird soggy cloth, that's it.
What
Uh,
is it?
When you're moving it,
Soaking up water?
is there water?
Because you said that the cloth
Actually,
was
that's a good
wet
point.
and the chest was wet, so we pulled it out.
I'll say this: as you got it out to the full length, you actually see the edge of the water in which you've got it next to. You see the water slowly turn and fall down the shadow and into the hole.
Ooh.
Oh, maybe this is why why this was overflowing. Is this drainage pipe thing?
The drain?
Siphon was hidden away.
Okay, well this is weird, but why would anyone? Okay, how does that work? But also, why would you roll up a drain and lock it in a box?
Maybe they wanted it to flood to make the lake.
What's happening to the? Is the water still pouring into the hole?
Yeah, the water is pouring into the hole. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we should roll it back up again. Can you use that, whatever that little trick you used to lift it out of the box?
Yes, I
Can you
do not
use
wish
that
to touch
again?
it. Yes. We'll put it
Okay.
back in the box. We take the box with us.
I don't know
And
if we can take the box with us. Honestly, Rodolfo, it is so waterlogged and everything's so rusted. I'm afraid that the bottom's just going to fall out when we lift it up and try to, and it gets jostled.
okay.
You may want to add.
Can I carry it in my arms? It's
The whole
cloth.
chest.
It's like no, the
cloth.
whole. It's just like wet cloth, right?
It is. Yeah.
Okay.
You can pick it up if you want.
I'll pick it up and kind of sling it over my shoulder and go.
Okay.
All right.
Right. Yeah. As you fold it back over, and as you're using your actual hands now, you can feel it's actually soft as silk, and it would have probably been a really nice material if it was dried up. But nonetheless, fold it back over, and it doesn't feel like it's heavy with water. In fact, well, it is soaked, right? So it feels kind of heavy, but it's not like it's filled with the amount of water that just poured into it. Heavy.
Right.
Okay.
Like
All
it's
right.
wet cloth
That's
and not like I'm carrying a
a
well's
barrel
worth
of water. Exactly.
Right.
All right. That's your action, and that's back to Nox.
Going over here, and I'm going to make small pitter-patter like jumping in water noises as if a frog is leaping in the water.
Yeah.
I cannot speak, so I cannot imitate a frog by talking.
Sure.
I can't imagine
Okay,
a wolf making frog noises.
So you want to consider your effort to try and pretend that you're a frog, yeah?
Yeah, to make it sound like there's a frog leaping over
Yeah.
here.
All right, then make a performance check then.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna roll well because, well,
Let's see.
oh, actually, not
Apparently
too bad.
pretty good. Little light paws tapping away do sound like a splish splash of a frog, and it's charging straight back towards you. As that roll was better than, certainly better than the one that you made with the dagger.
Tarquin will attempt to whack it as it runs past.
Okay. Oh, ow.
We'll just kill it with attack of opportunities.
Ow, that cracks so hard, in fact, that I'm going to actually have it turn around, because that not just... It bloodies it with that. It's so hard. It like cracks it over the head. It probably also headbutts the massive spout in front of it with a dong, and it turns around to try to swing at
I
you.
strike at it, and Tarquin goes. Tarquin's gonna put on his best like parental sounding voice and be, "Bogwart, you've been a very naughty boy." As he strikes it.
It doesn't seem to respond in any noticeable language.
Yeah.
Just gargles, and
Tarquin
you know what?
just
It's going to take one attack at Nox as well. Still with disadvantage. Just as well, because that would have been a crit. But it does hit you, and you've already done the con saves from earlier, so you don't have to worry about rolling again.
But also,
You do take 10 bludgeoning damage.
that is fine. I'm still on 1.
You are somehow. Tarquin, you'll go.
Tarquin considers things. It's just like, did you find anything in the box?
Yes, there's cloth, and on the cloth is this darkness that water seems to pour through.
It's something freaky.
It's a big circle.
I'm worried if we Tarquin sort of looks to Nox for a moment, then looks over to the frog. And then looks to the frogs on this thing's neck and goes, "Oh, I'm probably gonna regret this, but let's see if this is what I think it is." And he's just, rather than attacking the bogwort, he's gonna throw a dagger at the frog.
Oh, okay.
He misses, apparently.
The frog leaps out of the water and dodges it in time.
Right.
That's so good.
Tarquin, why are you trying to kill our Ettercap that's been transformed into a
Because
frog?
I'm thinking it might work like how Nox's thing works, and if they get knocked down enough, they'll pop back to normal.
Or maybe if they get knocked down, they'll get back up again.
And
Never
because
gonna knock it
I
down.
think this thing might be important. Like I don't think it's a bad guy. I think it's someone cursed, and the only person who might know is the person who's been down here the longest before. So he sighs and offhand thrown deck.
That's this time, with your conviction doubled down, you throw it straight towards the frog, straight into its eye that pops, and you see one of the many eyes is now stabbed, and standing there is indeed an Ettercap. Like, ow!
Sorry,
What the
Alma.
hell, Tarquin?
Sorry, didn't know how else to get rid of it. Do you know what this
I
thing
know it.
is?
What the hell? What? What is that monster?
It seems to have a home down here, so I thought maybe it was involved in pumping the water.
It is, but it shouldn't be pumping. Whatever it is, it's been lured down here by the looks.
Right, so it's not actually a bad guy, potentially?
I'm not
Well-
sure what it is. It looks diseased. That's what I will say.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, but again, apologies for your eye.
Yeah, it's alright. I have 5 more.
I mean, it's better that than being a frog when there's a frog eater about, right? Or a frog killer, so...
Yep.
And that's his
Yeah.
turn.
Alright.
I'm annoyed
Okay,
that I
that is-
wasted a second crit on breaking a polymorph where I probably only needed to do 1 damage.
Xaxx, it is your go. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So hearing that it may be a disease, I am going to cast. Is this a bonus action? Or an action? It's an action.
Mm-hmm.
I think I know what you're going for.
I'm going to detect poison and disease,
Okay.
which means I'm going to drop concentration on bless.
Alright. You definitely see in like germ vision, suddenly there's this festering greeny yellowy aura all over those warts, most notably around the face and eyes of the creature. And unfortunately for Mr. Crunchy, you also detect disease over them as well, and it is slowly spreading to their eyes.
I know the nature, or sorry, so you also identify what kind of poison,
Okay.
what poisonous creature, or disease in each case.
Yep, you are filled with the knowledge of sight rot, a painful infection that causes normally bleeding from the eyes, but in this case it seems to take form as a growth, like a wart over the eyes. And after
Right,
one
so
day of infection, the vision of that creature becomes blurry, and if they're not treated, after several days, more symptoms appear until they finally become entirely blind.
Do I know how to treat it?
I believe. Let me just check again with that spell. Does it? Let me have a little read. Detect poison. The spell penetrates most areas. You can identify the poison and disease in each case. Alright, doesn't tell you necessarily the solution, so I will allow this to be a roll instead. Give me either a medicine or a nature check, either one.
We'll go medicine.
That's damn good. Okay, you do know how to treat this. Sight rot can be cured with a rare flower called eyebright, which grows in some swamps. And given an hour, a character can, if they're proficient with herbalism, they can turn the flower into a dose of ointment, which, if applied to the eyes before, before it gets too bad, then after after it gets worse. But you would need more ointments if you're curing the disease entirely. So you can prevent the disease from worsening, but you would need at least 3 doses to completely cure it. So, for example, in this case, Nox here would only need 1, whereas if you wanted to cure it from this creature, you'd need 3 doses of Eyebright.
So it's just that it's blinding him. It's not necessarily that that's. So he would. It's not necessarily that that's the reason why he's going after the frogs. He would still be going after the frogs, probably.
Yeah, you can see a big strap bandolier of dead frogs on its body, in fact.
All right. So I relay that information to everybody, and I'm gonna use. I'm looking for the thing. So I'm guessing he doesn't have.
Well, after it slammed its fist into the wolf, it like felt around and felt the fur and became kind of suddenly disinterested. And it's like looking around, sniffing the air. It seems to have lost scent of said frog. Like,
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna just move around over here, and then I'm gonna start to make my way into his little cave to see if he's got anything that could help in there.
okay.
But otherwise, yeah.
It's Tanwen's go.
Okay. Rodolfo, you've got the rug.
Yes, I have it.
Okay, Elmer. Rodolfo
Yes?
and I found. Well, Xaxx and Rodolfo and I found a chest that was chained up under the water. When we broke the chain and dragged the chest up to drier land, Rodolfo was able to lift this rolled up cloth out of there. And when we unrolled the cloth, there was a giant blackness. And
Right.
when it dipped into the water, it started siphoning the water out of the lake. Is this supposed to be here? Is this not supposed to be here? Is it a backup plan for draining the
It
lake?
sounds new to me, but it could be useful, yes. I'll have to have a closer look at it once we're not in mortal danger.
All right, that's what I needed to know, is if Rodolfo and I need to start working our way back out of here, or if this thing had to stay here. Okay,
Well, it's clear to me this thing is responsible for pumping.
right.
So, and unless we could try to lure it out.
Maybe.
Well,
That's your plan of action.
What?
if there's too much water, maybe we can tie the handle to the spout in order to, or to the spigot, in order to keep that from being pumped until we can come up with a solution.
Disable it, you mean?
Yes, because
That could
the
work.
problem is we have too much water and it's creating that lake up there.
Alright. Let's go with that. What do you want me to do?
Could you web it up?
I could, but it doesn't do well with water. Kind of loses its stickiness, especially in a damp place like this.
But it's quite
I could try and
strong,
remove
but
one
not
of the
like
nuts.
that might work. You know what you're doing.
Alright.
Tarquin, do you
Me.
have a rope with you? Xaxx and I left our ropes with y'all when
Yeah.
we came down here. So I don't have my rope, it's tied to the canoe.
I've got my rope.
So maybe if we can get Mr. Pustules and Slime out of the way, we can tie that handle
Like,
to the pipe so that it can't be pumped and the water, everything can't be flooded.
Alright.
Leave that bit to me then.
So that's mostly your turn spent discussing and talking with that idea in mind, Hammond. You can still move.
Yes. Yes,
I'll
I'm
leave.
sorry. Yes, I'm gonna hold my movement
Okay.
until I see whether we can get up
Mm-hmm.
here and tie this
All right.
handle, or they move the big slime
Yep.
monster?
Okay, Rodolfo's go.
Okay, so what do you want me to do?
Well, Elmer says we need to take that out of here, the rug. Do you want to try to start towards the exit? I'm going to try to disable this pump.
I'm okay. If you don't need any more help with the pump,
No.
you should. I don't want to leave you alone.
Yeah, but whatever the magical item you found may be really, really important,
Mhm.
and I think we need to get it out of here.
Mm-hmm. All right then.
Right. Okay.
So you can dash
so
if you want.
I will. Yeah, I will use my
Might
action to
go around there.
dash.
Yeah.
I don't know how far
Sorry.
this is.
Excuse me. And then it'll be Solomon. Sorry, there's a wall there. You just need to click here. There you go.
There we go. I get an extra, so I probably
There's a
end up
wall
over
there as
here.
well. there's a wall. Sorry, Nox gone.
Okay, that's probably as far as I can get this
How's
turn.
me? Is Tarquin in range?
Yeah, roughly. Tarquin is in range.
Well, yeah.
Not of actually, they're not. But he's in range of Tarquin. That's what I meant to say.
Oh,
That's how he was able to not only get an attack of opportunity, but also a retaliatory smack.
okay.
Because
Well,
this
let's
thing's got 10-foot reach.
go for it then.
Still trying to fight it. Naughty.
Keep its attention, but I will.
Okay. You try to bite, but you don't find purchase on it.
Let's see. I'm gonna go around. I'm gonna go around it and
Okay. This
defend.
creature lets out a low groan, and it seems to be sniffing the air still. Looking around, but not picking up on the sound of any frogs this turn, because no one's mimicked the frog, and there's no smell of any frogs nearby. Which means what you see, instead of striking out at anyone, because it's also gone around without being attacked as well.
Or
Aside
successfully
from
attacked.
yeah, exactly right. It just grabs a hold of this huge winch and begins pumping water, and you see it spurting out in massive bursts. Yep, it's going to use its action to do that. It's Tarquin's go.
Alright, Tarquin has no choice. He'll move within 5 feet of it.
Okay.
And he is gonna be like, at this point, it seems a better way to get its attention. Yeah. Dice.
Give it a back rub.
And then I will arm strike it.
Make a Constitution save.
Yeah, I know. I knew it was coming.
Oof. You punch into one of these fleshy, slimy bits, and it pops, and it squirts past into your eyes.
Yeah, Tarquin just
You-
goes.
you-
"Ugh,"
Ooh.
and then he's gonna risk the attack opportunity as he runs away his full 40 feet, mostly because of the water. And he's like, and just
Yep,
go,
once again.
yep,
Whoosh. This
Tarquin's just
goes
like,
wide.
nope. If anything,
Seems like it's just trying to swat you away.
yeah. But I'm hoping that it hears me moving through the water. And
It does.
chases after
It doesn't
me
seem-
because I attacked it.
Okay. So you see Elmer climb up and onto the ceiling, go across, and then drop down onto the actual top of the spout. And he seems to be fiddling around with a wrench in one hand, and he seems to be trying to unscrew the joint mechanism here to pull out the nuts. And let's see what he can do. I'm sure he's got more like survival, I guess. Yeah, he's able to do it. So without the need of like massive ropes and pulling the thing back, which this creature is strong enough to snap rope with ease.
Yeah.
Instead, he goes for a much more subtle approach and removes the nut. Now the whole mechanism is just, if he can pump all he wants, nothing's going to work. It's just going to be a piece of metal going up and down. It's not connected to the spout, and you just hear Elmer like, "Big dumb brute," and he web swings from the top. But that'll be his turn. He's getting ready to web swing away. All right, Xaxx.
I'm gonna go into the little room here.
Yeah.
Do a quick investigation to see if I find anything of use.
Okay. There's not much in here apart from just some soggy mush of whatever this thing's been feeding on. The name Bogwart on a plaque, and it's sort of flattened out a skin of some sort of creature. It's so drenched in wet and must, but it's not much of a hovel. It seems like it's just sat down here and fallen asleep, perhaps.
And then I'm just gonna ribbit.
Oh, are you now? Okay, sure. Give me a performance check. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's see how dumb it is. Not the brightest tool in the toolbox. Okay, yeah. It's clued in now that there's all these ribbons going on. Someone's playing a game on him. You can start to realize what's happening here. It just lets out a annoyed groan, if anything. Okay, that's it. Alright, moving on. Tanwen, you're...
Okay, I'm gonna just since they Elmer was able to disable the pump, I'm gonna go ahead and
Yeah.
follow Rodolfo. So
Okay,
I'm gonna
he's gonna get out
dash
of here.
20 and
Yeah.
that's
Yep,
30.
it's about there.
Yeah, so that's it's about as far as I can go.
Okay, and I guess, Rodolfo, you're also rushing and dashing out of here?
Yeah, ditto.
Okay, cool. I'll just skip then to Solomon. You can't pierce that rubbery hide. Honestly, it's...
I'll roll well one day.
It's so wordy. Why would you want to? Just
Yeah, that's the real
claw
question.
attack, please.
I don't have a claw attack. I only have bite and pack tactics. And I don't even have that because Tarquin ran away.
Okay. 5, 10, 15. Okay. Let's sit on these squares here, and Tarquin, you see the club come up into the air, and it's got an incredible reach with this thing. Its long, almost kind of gorilla ape-like arms swing so hard down that it's... Well, you're able to dodge out of the way, no problem.
Tarquin sees it and just sidestep and just goes.
Yeah.
He
And it just lets out a
sarcastically
roar.
claps.
Okay. Well, it's only got one swing with the Grey Club. It just roars in your face, and you see spittle and bad breath exhale from its mouth. So you'll go.
Tarquin goes, Elmer, make sure you bring my daggers when you come out. And he just runs over here, grabs his dagger, and he's just
Really?
gonna... I've only got so many.
Uh,
Then he just grab one of his daggers as he goes past, and then... do I want to bop it as I leave? It's just like, no, he's just gonna dash because he doesn't fully trust Elmo to have disabled the thing and it was being pumped. He's just like, nope.
Did you rabbit hop when you
No, I didn't. So
disengage?
he can.
So you would
swing
get
at me.
one swing, right?
Yeah, I did that on
Okay, all right.
purpose.
All right, fair enough. I'll take a swing, and I'll take a miss.
Yeah, I did that on purpose so it doesn't get one against Tanwen when she flees.
Okay, that's fair. Clever. It's Ettercap. Mr. Elmer just probably swings round, picking up a dagger as he does, and will try to get past this creature with a dash.
Excuse me, coming through maintenance here. Don't mind me. You know, you should really wear a hard hat down here, Bogward.
Right, Xaxx, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna come down the stairs, and I'm gonna shoot him with a sacred flame.
Okay.
Target him
Alrighty.
again.
Yeah.
Dexterity saving throw.
Tanwen.
Oh, I have to do a dexterity saving throw.
No, I don't know what happened. I think you targeted yourself, the wolf, and him. I think you got a few things targeted there. It might be because you've got that aura there.
Maybe it's the
Uh,
aura
we
thing.
We don't need that now anymore. Anyway, we guessed that detect poison is up, and this thing, the poison isn't whatever's being fed to it by the looks. It's something that's perhaps contracted elsewhere, or well, I'm not sure. In any case, though, dex save from it, yeah. Okay.
Dex save, yeah.
Wow, I'm rolling quite well for the
That's
saves.
gonna do it. Yeah, that's gonna do
Yeah.
it. Use my last 10 feet of movement, and I'm gonna back up this direction.
Good. Rodolfo, you're rushing and dashing out. Nox,
Well, I'm at the
You
I'm at
wanna
the
do something?
door with the
Yeah.
skeletons.
Wait,
okay. So when you
it-
come back round to the
yeah.
skeletons, you don't see any movement. In fact, you don't even see the skeleton standing there.
Okay.
If he is in here, he's likely lying down in one of the tombs.
Okay. I'm gonna open up the door and
Okay.
step out. And if nothing happens, then I'm gonna run.
Nothing happens.
Nothing. All right, running for it. Cool.
Okay. Take a mad sprint. Yeah, there's no bones on the floor either. It's all being cleaned up, by the way.
Okay, not gonna think about it. Just gonna run.
Okay.
Or dash.
did we skip me?
What do you want to do, Tanwen?
Oh, I have 4 good berries left from yesterday. They don't work. They're not magical, but they're still
Okay.
berries. What I'd like to do is throw the berries back towards the monster to see if they'll splash in the water and distract them, since it's food, and then run. They'll have no magical properties. They can't heal or anything, but he may smell the berries and get distracted,
All right.
and then
They-
he'll run away.
Okay. This creature seems intent on getting rid of whatever's trying to hurt it at this point.
Okay.
And you can run away, no problem, though. It hasn't got any reaction left,
Yep.
so you're free to go.
And
But it will turn on the wolf. And let's go for a fist attack.
That's the wolf's turn first. So the wolf.
Oh, it is, yeah, actually. Go ahead.
Also,
Yeah.
don't try to
Yeah,
hit
my
me.
bad.
I'm miles away. If he can reach me still, that's terrifying.
there's 60.
Yep, you're biting it. I thought you were. It makes sense now why it was going for you.
Wait. And I will get.
You'd be swimming in there, although. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. I'll be more.
You can see where it gets deep.
Yeah, I'll be more over here then.
Okay, well, it charges after you.
Yeah, because it can't take a reaction right now.
No, it doesn't get a reaction, but it does now, as it's back to its turn. Rushes towards you. First swing misses, and then the second fist comes down like a hammer. Don't know why I rolled advantage. Oops. Well, 14 is still the first roll, so 21 does hit. So you take 12 points of bludgeoning, which is reduced to 11 points. which means you're on 6 HP. Crash! Everyone hears this almighty splash. You pretty much get like flattened into the water there, and it still roars and gargles. And that's its go.
Tarquin considers his options for a moment, and then he's just like, you know what, can't do much more, so he's just gonna dash himself, which gets him all the way to there.
Okay, Xaxx, you'll go.
Great. So yeah, that Sacred Flame didn't do a whole lot. Let's try
Lucky,
the
yeah.
old. Yeah, let's try the old the bells again.
Okay.
Toll the Dead.
Uh,
Only 5. He fails though.
It does fail. You see more flesh stripping and rotting away. Its movements are kind of sluggish. Slowing down. But still standing.
I will bonus action, then healing word on Solomon.
Okay.
Is Solomon just as Solomon right now?
Yes, they're no longer a wolf. They got slammed into the water and their body comes back up out of the splash.
Okay, so bonus action, healing word.
Okay. It would be Tanwen's go. You can see as you're rushing past around the corner that the other two have still stayed and they're fighting continuously. Are you going to continue to run down Tanwen, or
No,
do you?
don't leave anybody behind. So let me at least go back. I won't be able to do anything other than go back.
Okay.
But at least I can get to here, which is where I was, on a dash action, and that would be my action.
Okay. As Xaxx is retreating, I'm going to take an attacking opportunity as well. It again seems to swing backwards over its shoulder with a great club, but it clangs into the spout instead. All right. It is Solomon's go. Yeah.
I am going to base step in front of Xaxx,
Okay.
and it has to make a wisdom saving throw.
Not good at those.
Please
Nope, fails.
It is frightened of me till the end of my next turn.
Oh, okay. Handy.
That was my bonus action. And I am then going to... What's worth doing? I don't want to pull it forwards.
To measure something real quick. Yeah.
Yeah. Frostbite it.
Bite it. Oh, frostbite it. Wow, fails. Okay, yeah, you see frost.
Its movement, right?
No, it has disadvantage on its next weapon attack. So if it tries to throw anything out
with Ray of Frost, I think.
Yeah,
which it would have anyway, because it's still frightened of you. It can't get any closer, but doesn't need to when its club is humongous. It swings straight towards you, Solomon.
How much range does it have?
Miss at 15 foot. You're in luck though. It seems terrified and sort of does it as a cautionary defensive jab with the stick rather than really trying to go for you. And it lets out this like whimpering, like it sounds awful. It's ending its go.
Okay then. Bloody hell,
It's
it's still in range.
Tarquin will begin climbing up the rope, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
He's just leaving.
Here's Xaxx.
Okay, I'm gonna Yeah. Well, we could have this. This is possible for sure. I'm gonna move over here, though. Seeing how much range he's got, I'm just gonna keep backing out. But I'm gonna again see if this Toll the Dead can do a little bit more than 5 points of damage.
That'll do it.
That'll do it. I'll be
If
succeed.
it-
Oh
God.
God!
It got
How is
really
he so
lucky there.
wise? How is he so wise?
It's not wise. It's got -2. So you would think this would work, but it seems it's hiding away, frightened. It's pulled its mind into itself. This doesn't rot it. No, I know 17 is a hard DC as well. Like, where's that? Like -2. He's got less than 40% chance to pass that. All right. Well, just got lucky, I guess. It's Tanwen's go.
Solomon, Xaxx, we need you to disengage and come back up to the top. We can come back down and fight it some more if y'all are still feeling feisty, but we're splitting the party, and that's never a good thing. So I need y'all to follow me up to the top or dash in front of me up to the top, but we need to go back.
What do you think we've been doing? We're slowing it down so it doesn't get to you guys.
Solomon, just come on. That thing is hurt. It's got to move slower than us, so we need to go.
Right. I wasn't leaving Xaxx behind.
I don't want to leave either of y'all behind. Xaxx, will you come on? I mean,
I'm not leaving Solomon behind. If we're both going, we're slowing it down for you. Don't worry.
It's slowed down. Let's get out of here.
Okay.
I'm
Tanwen,
gonna hold my action. If they start to move, then I'll dash with them.
that's fine. Okay, Solomon, it's back to you.
Alright. Getting another 30 feet away, I guess.
Tanwen has implored you to get moving. Don't know how much more you want to push the lug.
So that's
20
20 feet.
You can count the squares as well. Work out the same.
Still in range.
I knew it. Trying to fight it all the way out.
Yeah, we'll do this.
That's good. It's funny.
Yeah, let's just keep going. Let's pick it as we go. Another 10 feet.
Another wart gets frozen off and falls into the water.
So if it does actually catch up to us and attack, it's still at disadvantage.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, it's no longer frightened, is it?
No, I'd have to use the ability again.
In that case, it will charge up to you.
Up to me?
Well, it can't get to you, but it will take a fist attack at Xaxx instead. Actually,
Disadvantage.
yeah, disadvantage. Got multi-attack though, so I guess it'll go for 2. That's the first one. You see its icy arm still trying to break free of all these icicles. The other fist, however, comes around. Let's try to clock you. And that's gonna do it. Finally, you feel an incredible thump against your chest, knocking the wind out of you. And see that con save. That's for concentration, and wait, which one's which? I think the 17's for your concentration, isn't it?
It asked me to do for concentration, yeah.
Okay.
It's asked me to do another one for concentration as well for some reason.
Yeah, there's 2 because one's for that. Hold on. You rolled 3 now. So the first one should have been for the fist, which explodes with warts as it hits you. But you passed that. That's fine. And then the second one should be for concentration. Peculiar. I don't know why there's 3. Alright, well, in any case, you're fine. You're going to take a really hardy hit, but you're not diseased. That's the most important thing. Okay, Tarquin, you're running. You're out. You're out of the dungeon at this point. You've climbed up the rope, and it'll be back to Xaxx.
Tarquin's just going to hop onto the boat and sit there waiting for the others to come out.
Okay.
I mean,
Seems
I'm
fair.
kind of in a bad spot. I can't take another hit like that.
No.
Am I right up against him?
Yeah, you are. You're adjacent.
So ranged attacks would be disadvantage then, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So I am going to. So I don't. Yeah. Bonus action, Shield of Faith. Then.
Okay.
Creature of my choice. I mean, I'm the creature of my choice.
Yeah, you can target yourself with it.
So I'm gonna Shield of Faith on. How do I target myself?
And just double right click yourself.
Yeah, it's not doing that.
No. Okay, you can try and alt left click. That might work. That won't. Yeah. Probably because it's your own token. It doesn't work with the normal double right click. But anyway, either way, that works. And then what about an action?
Shield of Faith on myself, so my AC goes up to 20.
Okay.
I will start moving back. And I'm gonna go back to the full. Oops.
Do you want to dash?
No.
You just want to move 30 feet.
Just the 30 feet. Yeah, so I guess to like
Yeah,
here.
that works.
Ish.
Square there. Okay, it will take a swing and it'll be hard to hit you with 20 AC, but in any case, club comes crashing towards you. Oof.
I don't know.
Oh my god,
out.
yeah. That
I'm
was
unconscious.
a gamble. Xaxx gets to about here before he is clubbed around the back so hard that his form slides across the ground into a puddle.
Okay, I held my action. Is there any way I can pick up a Xaxx and start moving?
Yeah, so in my game you can drag a creature and it will just basically cost double movement. So if you're moving 5, 10, and then from here you can go 20, 25, and then you'd get to here if you want to drag Xaxx away.
Yes, I'd like to drag Xaxx away as the movement
Held
that I
action. Yeah, that's fine. And then it's back to you, and then you can do the same again if you'd like.
I'd like to keep dragging him.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
10. I can go, 30 feet?
Yeah,
Or
and then you
just
could dash as an action around the corner for another 15, so 5, 10. Yeah, you're about here, and Xaxx is well out of the fight now.
Okay. And I'm just going to shout, Solomon, come on!
It's down to you, Solomon.
Okay, I'll give this one more try. Not attacking. I'm gonna step up to it. Stay away from my friends, and I'm face stepping back out of there.
Okay, just to try and deliver
freeze.
one last spear.
So I should
Okay,
be able to
wisdom
face
save.
step.
It fails.
Okay, so that's 30 feet, and I still got another 20
15.
feet.
Yeah, something like that. Okay, if it's frightened for a whole round, it's not going to be able to get to you. So I'm going to call this combat over as you spend the rest of your next turns rushing out of the dungeon as fast as you can. The skeletons do not seem disturbed by your presence. They are fully formed, but they're resting once again. And you rush up the stairs, up to the ladder, and climb yourself out to find Tarquin probably tapping their foot on the edge of the boat, waiting, wondering where you were. That's going to end combat there.
I'll give Xaxx a healing word.
Okay, Xaxx, you're back up. You can, if you want to roll that on the way, You can do. You don't have to roll like several death saves for every turn. If you're healing wording on the subsequent turn, you will have just got back up. No problem.
Heal each other.
There you go. So it's about like halfway you're being dragged, Xaxx, you suddenly come to consciousness and you find your feet as you're picked up.
Did we win?
No,
You
you
tell
tried
us,
to
big
kill
guy.
it. What were
Oh,
you
well,
thinking back there?
Elm is also berating you.
It was trying to hurt us, right? So was trying to
I
help
guess.
everybody.
Uh,
It looked more hungry than hurt.
To be honest, it looked like it was only attacking us when we were pretending to be frogs or if we hit it.
That's. I'll hold my hand up. My bad. Didn't realize that frog statue was something bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Turned me into something. I couldn't help myself. I had the brain of a frog as well. So if I did something weird during that time, that wasn't me.
It's okay. We all do weird things at times. Do we want to go back to the inn and regroup?
Assuming the inn's
We might
still
want
there.
to. I'm gonna
I think-
turn to the Will-O-Wisps though and be like, hey, Will-O-Wisp. So the yeah, we fixed it. It's gonna stay like this now because we also disabled the pump, I think. So no more water is gonna come back up.
Is there a plank of wood anywhere or a piece of wood?
Well, we
There's a
have our
canoe.
oars.
Mm,
Oh, we
and
don't
the
want to
yeah,
leave.
sea.
We don't want to leave the oars behind. I'm looking for.
then no, you don't have a plank of wood. Unless you
Uh,
wrenched up one of the seats in the canoe.
Can I do that?
If you want, you'd be damaging the canoe though.
And I
Why
just
are you needing a plank of wood?
to leave a warning. We don't want anyone else going down there and getting hurt. Do it? Do you?
Tanwen,
What?
did you lock the portcullis on your way out?
No, I did not. I just got out.
Ta-
I
ta-
still
Tarquin-
have the keys.
Maybe
I was trying
we
to
should go.
drag Xaxx out
Yeah.
and get him to help.
Tarquin goes,
Maybe,
give me the key.
Yep.
And he's just
And-
he's literally just gonna abseil back down there and go and lock it and then come back.
Okay.
While you guys are doing that, Rodolfo is gonna take some of the. He has a little thing of ink and he's just gonna ink onto the outside of the well, just with his finger. Do not enter, dangerous.
Roll dex. Roll dex.
Me?
No, just Tarquin.
Would this be an
Okay.
ability check so I know whether it's an advantage or not? Or disadvantage?
It is
or not?
It is an ability check. It's just initiative. That's all it is.
Oh, well, I rolled at disadvantage anyway, so if it hadn't been an ability check, it would have been a 20.
I think initiative is an ability check, isn't it? Right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Okay. So this thing was coming after you for sure. As you
But
come
mine
back
would have
down
been an
into
extra
it.
+2 on there if it was initiative, but yeah.
Okay. Well, I got really lucky and I rolled natural 17. Even with a minus modifier, it sees you going towards the gate, and you get to it in time before it does. But as you go to push it to lock it, it suddenly grabs a hold of the gate, and you would need to contest an athletics check to shut it and lock it.
Fine.
Give me that athletics. It's got a hold of it. Good luck.
Probably not.
Oh no! I rolled a 5, but it's still 10. Wow, yeah, this
Yeah.
thing's brutish strength shoves back the door and you with it.
Tarquin just goes, you know what? I've got exactly the thing for you. And he is going to actually, he'll rabbit hop away.
Okay.
To not throw. To be honest, a rabbit hop's not. Actually, it's got a 15-foot range. He's seen its range, so he'll move 15 feet away, so it's not broken, and then he'll rabbit hop. Right?
Alright.
Because it's got like.
I mean, it's got a fist attack of 10 foot, which you've seen throughout the battle.
Fine, then he'd move 10 foot away then.
Yeah. In any case, that's fine. You can still disengage by making
Yeah.
the appropriate leap.
Yep. And then, using the rest of his movement, he's going to head up the stairs and be like, guys, it's coming, but I have an idea.
You just can't catch a break with this thing. Yeah, it will use its action to run and dash after. But
Okay.
what is your idea, Tarquin?
Okay, so because of how big it is, it's going to brush past this statue as it tries to chase after us.
Oh. Try and turn
You're
it into a
luring it into the statue.
Yeah.
It thunders its way up to the stairs, shoulder barging into the corner here. Still hearing your little footsteps running away.
And I'm hoping this will work.
This would be so awesome if it works.
Blind. It can't see it. Well, it's got blind sight, is what it has. But that
Yeah.
doesn't help it against things that aren't moving, really.
Yep.
Okay. It brushes up against it. Yeah, it happens. It's not. If it could see where it was going, it would just squeeze, right? Because there's enough of a gap. It just rams into the wall again, fists thumping and flailing. One of them smashes into the frog statue, and I guess it's going to roll a wisdom save. Oh my lord! It rolls a natural 7.
How is it again?
readying an action. Off
So
here, but
wise.
And
So wise.
Tarquin's just like, well, the fun didn't work, so he's just like, I ran away from this thing before leaving people. He's just like, you versus me, big boy, because you haven't managed to hit me yet, and he's ready to fight it because it's gonna follow
Really?
us out otherwise. I'm.
Oh, God. Okay.
Ah!
Let's,
And
Let's do this.
he's already got the effects, so have a punch. He's
I'm
hate
gonna
to say this,
cast. Yeah.
back in the combat.
Yep.
You can't see it if you're at the top. Just want to point that out. It moves
Yep.
5 feet close to you, Tarquin, and I guess goes for a swing. If you want to join combat, you're going to need to descend a 30-foot rope, and I don't think you can do that in a single turn. So I'm going to play this one out first, and then see what happens.
Damn, that actually does hit.
That hits.
Why have I...
Crushing blow
I
to the
don't
side of
make-
you,
I
and I
don't
need.
make the con
Oh,
save,
you're already
it's already got it.
diseased. Yeah.
Yep.
You can just ignore whatever that roll. You can roll it, but just ignore it.
Yeah, I ignored it.
Okay. I think you want to click it anyway, because otherwise my bludgeoning damage doesn't go through.
Oh,
Anyway, this second fist strikes forward. That one misses. So you take still 8.
yeah.
Was it?
8.
No. Yeah, it was 8, right?
Yep. Come on, dice, don't fail me.
Alright. Hold on a second. What happened to my roll?
I don't know. It was 8.
Okay, alright then. So you take 8 bludgeoning. You punch back towards it. Punching and punching, it does seem like it's tiring. This thing's not long for the world, but
Right, and
No, wait.
that's he'll flurry of blows. Like it was coming.
mm-hmm. Did you hit it with the quarterstaff?
Yeah. He quarter-staffed and double punched it.
Yeah, went from intelligence. Oh, and slow down. Stop typing in the chat for a second, please. Because I'm trying to do the math here.
I quarter-staffed it for 5 and then hit it with 2 punches for 6 each for 12, so 17 damage.
Okay, yeah, that's correct. Alright, we're all on track. Alright,
then-
so
and
at this point, you guys at the top, you
He'll...
hear this going down.
Oh, I didn't mean
You would
go
need to
out of
literally
anything.
descend 30 feet, which is
Yeah.
it's going to take.
Tarquin moves like near the...
Can we not pull him up? Can we not help him come up by pulling on the rope?
Well,
Can I
Tarquin was
shoot-
fighting it face to face.
Can I
He
shoot an
wasn't trying to get
Eldritch
up.
Blast down at it? 30 feet?
Can't see it from that angle.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, that's why Tarquin's like, it's coming, guys. I couldn't get there in time. And he didn't get turned into a frog. But
When you're jumping back, are you rabbit hopping again?
no, I don't have the points. I'm only moving back 10 feet, or I was trying to, but because of the teleporty thing, so I was literally just moving nearer to try to lure it where the others might be able to see it from up top.
Okay.
So
If
I'm
you
not
move
moving
10
it.
feet back, you provoke an attack of opportunity from its 10-foot fist.
Well, no, well, I was moving exactly 10 foot, so I don't move out of the range of the 10-foot reach.
If he can angle it at the bottom of the well.
Hold on, sorry, Tarquin.
Yeah.
This right here, this square.
Yep.
You need to move back. If you think about it, right, you need to move back 5 feet to get.
Yeah, that's sort of what I meant. Like, so I'm 10 feet
Okay,
away from it.
yeah.
Basically. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah. So he's just slowly
All right,
luring
that's
it.
fine. All right, in that case, it does charge forward, and at this point, it's still not in sight. I'm afraid. It's
Yeah.
such a long shoot. 30 feet is a very long shoot, and if you can't get an angle anywhere close to it, you'd need to move back one more square, and then you could all open fire. And I'll say, if that does happen, if you want, you can all hold actions to just blast it. So
Yeah,
I'm guessing you're holding an Eldritch Blast.
yeah, I'm holding an Eldritch Blast, just waiting for a chance.
And what about Solomon? You got anything that's from there?
I mean, I can do frostbite.
Frostbite, and then Xaxx,
All the dead.
Tell the Dead, and Tanwen.
There's no spells I have that are attack spells.
No, that's fine. You can always use your bow and arrow if you did want to do a ranged attack. But
4 arrows left.
yeah.
I'm gonna
Okay.
let the spellcasters.
Yeah.
All right, you're gonna let them handle it. Okay, so Tarquin, we got one more round to
Yep.
duke it out. You've got your turn, and then no, it's my turn first because it moved up. Swing the fist, whoosh, straight towards your face.
That's gonna hit. That's enough to hit.
That does. Can you weather the blow? 7 bludgeoning.
It's exactly what I
Knocks
had
you
left.
out. Oh god.
Yeah, Tarquin sort of goes, "Ah!" as he goes down, trying to be. Probably takes the blow and goes rolling back as he gets a fist for this thing.
Do we hear that?
You hear it, and you can see Tarquin is down. He's in vision of you guys, but the creature isn't, because it's 30 feet. It's just underneath the lip.
So you literally jump.
Oh, hi,
over it.
Solomon. Yeah, you can see what's going on now.
Yeah,
Your held actions kind of fizzle this round, unless you want on your turn to change it up.
Yeah, I'm dropping down.
On my turn, I will use, since I see Tarquin go down. On my turn, I'm gonna start climbing down the well.
The other option is to
I'm not-
literally drop down, and at that point you're taking 3d6, but you can climb down if you want to take it slow.
I'm gonna climb down slowly. I'm not gonna rush into this, and I can't afford the jump.
No, I didn't think so. Okay, so you descend 15 foot next with an action. Sorry, with movement. You could dash and get to the bottom.
I'm not gonna dash. I'm gonna hold my action to see if I see him on the way down. I'm gonna hold the dead on him.
Okay.
I'm trying to like stay out of his range so I can maybe snipe him as I'm hanging on the rope.
All right. I'll say if you're going down 15 and then Toll, that's fine. You could probably get an angle on it. Not the full creature, but you can see enough of it to cast Toll the Dead. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm gonna go 15 feet down then. Yeah.
Okay.
Only 4.
Oh.
Failed.
The creature is withering and slowly crumbling apart. It is on death's door.
How far down do I need to be?
15 at least to get a good vision on it.
That's where Xaxx is?
Yeah. I went down 15 and then I'm gonna go back up by like 5 feet.
Oh, okay. Then I can't get down. I'll go down 15 and then jump. I can take the hit, the fall.
Okay.
And I'll I get off
my.
I'll blast it. God, please, Jiminy Cricket.
You only need to roll like at least a a 7, I think.
look, my, I've been like less than 5 each time. I
Yeah,
don't even.
tragic.
This is
Solomon?
unbelievable.
Do you have to use the same attack or?
No, you can change it up. Your held action was the previous round. This is now a new round. It's just you was expecting Tarquin to pull it back, and it didn't happen. So you've coming to your turn. You have to deal with that.
Yeah, I am gonna use frostbite on it.
Okay, gotta roll high.
Oh,
So
didn't do the roll for some reason.
all right. Well, I'll roll a con save then.
Yeah.
Shrugs it off. It's pretty
Yeah, I
hardy.
think so. And give a healing word.
Healing word to Tarquin. Will.
Oh,
and
not
Xaxx,
so
and then
Xaxx.
do Xaxx.
Did I get hit?
No, you got accidentally healed.
Oh, I got healed. No, I don't.
I've undone that. So you're back up, Tarquin. I will allow you to have a go before you.
Tarquin gets up and whacks out of this thing.
Oh, there you go.
Literally, the
Tarquin.
Rising Adventure just bog off.
Oh god! Brilliant.
He's not going for like a lethal blow necessarily. He just like wants to knock it out, basically. With that,
It's like death by 1,000 cuts, and this final bonk as you poke it away with that quarterstaff tips it over, and you hear a loud thud as the body comes to a wet slump on the floor.
and I sort of looked at it. Do you think it's just unconscious?
Stab it again.
No. Tarquin's gonna start pushing it towards the frog statue.
You would need a great deal of strength, and everyone can work together to do it.
Yeah.
But
Help me
you'd
push
be
it
touching
towards.
it.
Help. Solomon.
Oh. I will push. I don't like. Well, I will put some gloves on first, but then I will push.
Solomon.
Gloves on.
Tarquin's probably going to be using like his court staff as a lever to try to help.
Same.
Leverage it. Okay.
Yes.
We're both doing it.
Together with Tarquin, and by the time you get your gloves on, Rodolfo, they actually managed to push it back. So,
That's just as well. He wasn't wanting to get too close.
We're already diseased. It's fine.
And
you really want to turn it into a frog, don't you?
I really, really do.
There it is. You do manage to polymorph it into a frog, and I'm gonna just bring this one back in.
And
dead frog. It's a dead frog.
Well,
it's a frog.
I was trying to knock it unconscious, so I'm hoping it's still alive. And
oh, okay. If you were doing you could definitely do non-lethal with a quarter staff.
Yeah, he was trying to in this case, and basically
there is
alive.
He's just
there's
like,
a frog with its mouth hang open. Like,
I don't know how. It's actually kind of weird because I don't know if you can polymorph something that's unconscious, but we're just gonna roll with it.
I think you can actually.
And it's just like,
in any case,
just like
don't
know how long that lasts, but punishment for all the frogs it's tried to eat. And then he's just gonna climb back up the rope.
Brilliant. All right, guys. I think with that, it's still alive. Yeah, if he's done non-lethal, he's just turned into a frog, and that's it.
Tarquin, from what Tarquin can see, it's just a natural creature that's maybe been given some orders, and it's obviously been maybe blinded by this disease. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Bad Lorna promised to heal its eyes if it continues to pump.
Warning. All right, with that, I think we are going to bring tonight's session to a close. You have bested this whatever creature it is, retrieved the strange silk hole that's just. In fact, if you wanted to, I'll let you roll an Arcana check to sort of identify it. Now you're out of the dangers of combat. You can have a better examination.
Try. Probably not going to be any help.
Okay.
Mine should have been at disadvantage, so I'll reroll.
Yeah, that checks.
Yeah, it does.
That's
so just a little look.
I got a 17.
And you're proficient, aren't you, as well?
In Arcana?
God,
No, I guess
No.
not.
No,
Oh,
not
okay.
an Arcana, no.
can move the dice after
All
they've
right.
been rolled.
Well, in that case, then, if you're not proficient, you don't identify what it
I'm
is, but
proficient investigation.
that's fine. What
That's
I'm just gonna. It just
So a
flavors how I.
17 is not high enough to know
No, no,
what that
no.
thing.
It's basically if you had proficiency, I would tell you exactly what it is. But
Mm.
if you don't have proficiency, what you do manage to do though is still examine its properties and begin to realize how it works. And so, what this realizing now, the water poured into it. When you lay it back out on perhaps the canoe, and you reach in, you can actually feel sloshing water inside this kind of shadowy depth, and it's still the same. So it's still the same layout. It's like a 6-foot diameter hole, and it
Mm.
seems to have stored that water the same way, like a magical hole would. And it doesn't seem to weigh any more since putting the water in. And you can reach in, you can put other things in and out. It seems, for the
Well,
lack of
while
better
they
word, a portable hole.
Tarquin
while
sort of
they are while they're testing, while
Yeah.
they're fighting the bogwort, I'm gonna pluck a flower or grass from the end and just dip the end of it into the hole to
Yeah.
see if the end withers and dies.
No, it doesn't. And placing your
Okay.
hand in and out doesn't seem to have any negative
Okay.
effect on your arm.
Okay.
Yeah. Uh, but and just sloshing around in the water, feeling around. You perhaps do. Maybe your fingers do brush up against something in there.
Oh.
Okay.
But it's. Maybe I'll save it for next time.
Okay.
I'll keep. But
Mm.
yeah, I think we'll keep that. You find something in there that's already been placed in the hole that has
Okay.
Ooh.
yet to be discovered. So until next session, we'll find out what that is. What's in the hole? Tune in next week
Yep.
to
What's in
find
the
out.
hole?
Oh yeah, and
And
we'll
also
see
join
you.
us Friday for the Diamond Soul campaign.
Cool.
Yeah.
Bye for
Excellent.
now.
All right. Bye bye.